Good morning, traders. Happy Wednesday and happy April 1st. Welcome to MyFundedFutures and MyFundedTV. I am Terry Trades, and we have our expert trader, amazing trader, powerful trader, Tom Sabo.
Good morning, Terry. Thank you so much for that great introduction, as always. Oh my gosh, good to be back as well. And good morning, everybody. Special hello to Abhishek, Magnus, Trevor, and Nate, and Aaron, and everybody at MyFundedTV crew. It's just, it's always good vibes and good stuff. And of course, the best thing about it is that I'm here with you, Terry. Good morning. What's happening? How's the morning?
Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh. Right? I see that. I saw that too. Yeah.
It is so wild. I cannot wait to talk about the charts. So many things are happening. Morning's going well. How's your morning?
Well, morning is good. Everything's good. I kind of went back to trading super small size in London session. Like I was trading with 1-2 micros, had some good trades. Almost on every account is green. So yeah, looking okay. Actually we had some good trades earlier as well in the early New York session, but like I'm glad I'm out because we're going to talk about these news scandals as well, like crazy, right?
Yes, I saw your long trade on your stream this morning, by the way. Fantastic.
Yeah, that was great. Yeah, that was a really good trade. So, and yeah, we're going to talk about the charts as well, but first I think let's see the schedule, right?
Yes, I can share the schedule.
Yeah, let's see.
So today is Wednesday. You are currently watching Terry and Tom on the morning push. At 10 to 10:30, we have Pine Tree Trader. 10:30 to 11:30, we have a Feast. 11:30 to 12:30, we have Husk and Methodical Man. They are doing a trading competition against each other. So you definitely want to check them out. I have my money on Husk. Sorry.
Yeah, me too, by the way. I think Husk is much better, I think. And yesterday Myth was tweeting like they're slashing soda cans or something. So I don't know what they're doing over there, guys, but whatever.
I heard that they have a poll going. I don't know if it closed, but the loser of the trading competition has to either wear a dress or shave their beard.
Oh my gosh. Okay. I will be super excited about the outcome of that. But yeah, my money is on Husk. Yeah,
Husk?
For sure.
Team Husk. Okay.
Team
at
Husk.
12:30 to 11:30, we have Matt Cowart. And that is the schedule for today.
Oh yeah, that's going to be an amazing. Yesterday, Pine Tree was doing overtime. I think Ash was having some internet issues. So thanks again, Pine Tree, for stepping in. But yeah, crazy week as far as it goes, right?
Yes, exactly. And then we also have Friday, but let's take a Friday because we have non-farm payrolls. This is a very exciting week. Let's take a look at the charts, Tom.
Yeah, let's see it. So, yeah, where should I start, right? So we had some so just a quick recap on the London session real quick. Oh my gosh, I left some makeup on the chart here and there, but the thing is we had some fair value gaps and supply demand zones here and there. I don't want to go over the trades that we took, but the London session was quite decent. We moved up to a 5/15 minute fair value gap up there at 140, and then dropped all the way down to demand zone at 24,054, and then lower to another demand zone. So actually the price action, or how should I put this, the market was kind of respecting and dodging nicely in between these levels. And this is something I like to see. So if we have decent fair value gaps, supply and or demand zones, and like as the market is dodging in between them, that is the market I like to trade in. So far it was a real good price action. And then we moved higher I'm not going to switch to the weekly chart, but there's a volume imbalance on the weekly above 200, and we were kind of anticipating that we're going to push higher. So I'm going to switch to the 3-minute chart here real quick, just for a second here. There were these two candles, bearish candles at 6:51 and 6:54 Eastern Standard Time. A beautiful textbook order block entry, so we took that trade to 200. Anyway, after that, I was just kind of hoping that we will see something, so which we did. It seems like there's a possible ceasefire request from Iran, and this was this huge move here. I think it was like, how much was it? It was like 140 points up and down, and I don't know yet. Maybe there are some headlines about what the Trump administration is saying or what Trump is saying about it. It seems like Iran was requesting a ceasefire, but the market actually didn't really do too much about it, just reversed. And yeah, we had ADP non-farm numbers, and we had the retail sales numbers. I don't even know what the numbers were, to be honest. Hold on, the number were good on the ADP non-farm payroll. I think it was a good number, better than expected. I think it was 62K. So anyway, dropping lower. The problem with this right now, and yes, I'm on the 3-minute chart. We can switch to the 1 minute even, but look at the 1 minute. The problem is, I just told this Terry on backstage, like these news candles, they actually destroyed my targets. I was looking for some levels, even for a scalping, but what to look for right now? So we have a sell side liquidity, possibly down there around 24,003. So just almost at 24K, which is almost like a London low. It's not like precisely a London low, but let's call it London low, right at 24,003. So are we going to drop lower? We're definitely close, but there is no demand zone down there. So there's nothing. We have the midnight level. We have an Asia low. So, you know, we could definitely drop. We have a 3-minute demand zone way lower at 867, and another one on the 5-minute at 810, which means we should be dropping, I mean, at least 170, 180 points, actually 230 to the lower level, which is possible on NQ. And I feel like if more negative comments are going to drop into the market, so we'll be watching those headlines, we can go for it. But like right now, I would not push the button. So we might just have to wait. And honestly, guys, I haven't even checked on gold since the news, but we smashed through a 1-minute supply zone, kind of going for a 15-minute fair value gap. And look how perfectly, we did talk about this fair value gap earlier on my stream. We took out 47.91, absolutely perfectly tagged it, and now we reversed. Again, the problem here is that there are no targets that I would go with, right? So that's actually, there is one. Hold on. How could I miss this? Okay, there is a demand zone down there on the 5-minute. How could I have missed this one? Okay, so there is a demand zone starting at 47.34.6. Okay, so if gold would, by some reason, would drop, maybe I would look into that 47.34. I know there is nothing up there. So once we tag that fair value gap, I'm not interested to go long on gold. I don't care. But if we would somehow drop to tag that level, it's below the VWAP, 47.34.6. That seems interesting. And of course, as for the ES, yeah, kind of like the same situation. As you guys know it, I don't really trade on ES too much, actually almost like none, but like kind of like the same situation here as well. There's a low here at 65.86. I think ES definitely looks like it wants to create a new low here. And this is, again, the same kind of area that NQ has from London. So it's kind of a London low situation where could be a possible draw on liquidity. So let's get ready for further drop, both on ES and NQ. And of course, I'm going to keep my focus, as always, on the NQ and be looking for the 24,000. I don't know if there's any comments on the news or is there going to be anything, but, you know, we could possibly have to ready for further drop. Who knows? But that is all I have. We'll be reactive as always. So thank you. That's what it is right now.
Thank you, Tom.
You're welcome.
Let me go over the news. So Trump just said, I will express my disgust with NATO in his speech. Says he is absolutely considering withdrawing the U.S. from NATO. Interesting. A ton of headlines related to the war in the Middle East. So Trump said on Truth Social, this was at 7:46. He said, we will consider when Hormuz Strait is open, free, and clear. Until then, we are blasting Iran into oblivion, or as they say, back to the Stone Ages. So wow. I do believe that is that big most recent dump that we had.
Oh, that could have been it. Yeah, definitely. And just what you said about NATO, it's not direct related, but it's definitely like it's a risk-off situation, or it could ignite some more risk-off situations there. Pulling back, pulling off, or even just mentioning the possibility of pulling out from the NATO, that's not good for the whole market as well, I think, in a certain way.
Yeah, and the U.S. ADP employment change number came in higher than expected. It came in at 62,000. Expected was 40,000. The U.S. retail sales month over month also came in higher than expected. It came in at 0.6% versus 0.5%. The core came in higher also at 0.5% versus 0.3%. So there's a lot of information for the market to digest here. And later on, we have more news coming in. We have at 9:45 Eastern Standard Time, manufacturing PMI, ISM manufacturing PMI at 10. And yes, we have lots of Fed speakers today also.
Yeah. So overall, by the way, as you said, so we have good numbers. So the numbers are not bad, actually. They're okay. So eventually we could see, or we should see, some sort of a bullish push here. Depends what other headlines are we going to have. I was just watching something. There's a small fair value gap on the 5-minute at 102. 24,102.50. I'm kind of thinking, even if the market wants to drop lower, what if it's going to spike up there? Just an idea for later, possible scalp idea up to the 100. Anyway, just putting it out there.
Yeah, I like that. I also see the yesterday's high that currently right now we're trading above it. So that's a possible idea too, to take a short at some point targeting yesterday's high, because we should be taking that.
It's possible. Yesterday high, which was technically an Asia high as well. Right, I think it was. Yeah, it was an Asia high as well. Wow. I mean, I used Eastern Standard midnight level, as you all know it. So yesterday's high was 24,049 on my end. Hope there's a link, everybody. There's the form.
Get your name on the form for a chance to win a free account from MyFundedFutures. You do have to be present to claim your prize. And if you're not present, it gets re-rolled. So make sure you stick around. Every hour, MyFundedFutures is giving away this giveaway. We have many more giveaways, which I will go over. But back to you, Tom. You were
I was just saying about yesterday high. So usually, because I do use some smart money concepts, and so the true day on my end starts from midnight to midnight New York time, so Eastern Standard Time. So yesterday high on my end was somewhere around 24,049, and it's just interesting to see how the market was actually anchoring around that level. So even in London session, and now it's kind of providing some sort of a support right there. So just like you said, if we go lower, it's quite possible, and then we should just melt down even more through London low and then down to Asia low. But yeah, it could be a significant level right now, that 24,049. Yeah, we'll see.
Oh, interesting. You're making me want to jump in short right now.
Actually, I would jump in as well. I just have these feelings. I keep hearing voices like, it's because of age and everything. But otherwise, I keep hearing voices like this market could be spiking up to 100 just to pick up some more orders. Okay. I know it sounds weird, but it's better. Actually, I'm just tempted to jump into a buy position up to the hundreds.
I see that reversal that you're seeing. I see that. Okay, while you're thinking about it, I can go over the current promos.
Yeah, let's see the promos because hopefully we have more and at least the ones that we had yesterday.
Yes, we do. So it is 20% off any of the Rapid accounts. These are the daily payout accounts, and it's so exciting, you guys. I'm seeing people get payouts on day one of the Sim Funded. So they are 20% off. Currently, I'm trading 5 of the Rapid evals, the 50K. So instead of paying $157, you get to pay $125.60, saving a bunch of money, $31.40 off every account on the 50K. No activation fees on any of our accounts, which is amazing. And you can technically, like, if you're really into the Rapid, hence the word Rapid plan, you can get 50% consistency in the eval day one. Day two, okay, so let's say I buy it right now during New York, I get 50%, and then during Globex tonight, I could theoretically, I'm not saying I've done this before.
Never happened, guys. Never happened.
It's never happened. No, of course I have. But and then during Globex, you can trade and then get the other 50%. And then with the instant activation, you can activate it that same night. And then you could potentially get your very first payout. And then you just have to wait till market close the next day. So if you're into Rapid, that is your plan. Also, it is 30% off any of the pro accounts. We also love this. Always use code YouTube, you guys. Every time you use code YouTube for your discounts, it does help to support the channel. Thank you so much. It helps us grow the channel. It helps us add more content, which, by the way, MyFundedFutures is adding more content on the channel, not just live content. I'm not sure if you guys have seen, but they're already dropping something. So that's cool. And then also, of course, more giveaways. Like every time you guys use code YouTube, it lets MyFundedFutures know that our channel and our community is awesome. So thank you for that. Yeah, so those are the sales that's happening right now. And I can go over the giveaways later.
Yeah, so speaking of content, we also need to mention, because it's amazing that we're looking to expand the show bigger, better, stronger. We are looking for like-minded hosts as well. If you feel like you have the energy, the guts to take it upon you to join the team, obviously we have a form for it. Even if you don't have like that big of a following, it doesn't matter. If you feel like you like to join the team at MyFundedTV, make sure to apply for an interview. And even if you're like, have a good story for us, a journey to share, even if your first payout, you just got your first payout, we would like to hear from you. We are planning some interviews, some stories, life stories. So make sure to apply because, as I said, getting better, bigger, stronger, and we're looking for more and more stories, basically.
Yes. How are we doing on the likes?
Oh, yeah. The likes, actually, I think we started out good because I just checked it. I want to refresh the page. Just a second. So we are having 105 likes. Yeah. So that is a good start. That is very good. We can definitely get to 200 likes by 10 a.m. So let's do that. We are closing up on 400 viewers, 370 right now. So it's very easy. If you're watching us on X or TikTok, hop over to YouTube, smash the likes. This is how it goes. It's a scientific fact. It helps us a lot if you smash that like button. The YouTube algorithm likes it. And we're just super happy that we're almost at 64,000 subscribers. It's not just about the dance, guys, because I will do it at 70K, but it's because there's going to be a super giga giveaway happening, hopefully. I mean, I take it upon myself, I know, at 70K. All right. So we're going to do it. I'm going to personally make sure that Luke is even going to be much more generous. He was already a super nice guy giving us 25 extra accounts last time. We're going to make sure he gives us 50 on the next one. So who knows?
Yeah. Did you guys see this on my screen? Did you see this?
Oh, yeah. That's amazing. Yeah, we love the new content on the channel.
What if I told you that you could get funded to trade futures in as little as 2 days? Request payouts daily and keep up to 90% of your profits. Today,
So cool. This is because of you guys. We're growing the community, growing the content. So thank you. And every week, I think there's going to be a new video for new traders who are new with MyFundedFutures, which also you get 50% off if you're a new trader with MyFundedFutures off of any of the pro accounts. So definitely snag one up using code YouTube. Yeah, exactly. I'm seeing lots of W's. Let's go.
Yeah, we love that. And as I said, this is why it's just so amazing, because we have lots of plans, guys. We have lots of things to do for the year, and we're just getting started, and yeah, so lots of things to talk about. And by the way, while we were checking out the videos and while we were checking out the likes, I did hop into a small trade. Unfortunately, I got stopped out. I thought that we're gonna go higher to that 100, but it is what it is. I just wanted to tell you guys, like, I tried to scalp it with 3 micros, but it just kind of reminds me that this market is full of surprises. Who knows what's going to happen?
Yeah, it is. It's been tricky. I feel like if you're able to nail the trade, I nailed this big short this morning. It's fantastic. Like, this news just went my way, right? There's no way I could have predicted this, you guys. I was short because I was targeting yesterday's high, but this news candle just sent my trade like going to winning oblivion. However, the opposite is also true. Like, I've had many losses in this market conditions where it's just so difficult to trade with all these different headlines, and the market is so sensitive. It's like,
and this is just another example, by the way. Yeah, it is. And by the way, it's just another example of why you always need to keep at least a hard stop on your trades. I know it's kind of popular, like letting your trades go and using up your maximum drawdown, which is okay. I get it, because there's so many different kind of risk management styles, but like, always keep a stop on your trades, because this is exactly those kind of days or moments when it can wipe out your account. So use a stop loss all the time, even with micros.
Oh, do you know what we didn't talk about, Tom? Not yet.
I don't know.
The leaderboard.
The leaderboard.
Yeah, and the person that you were chatting with.
Oh my gosh, yes. I need to mention one of my OG viewers. His name is Fresh Delgado. And Fresh Delgado actually shared lots of information about his trades and his journey. But the thing is, he started with a 50K pro account, and he is now at 6th place. So you guys can see him right there.
Right here?
Yeah. Yeah, right there at the 6th place, Fresh Delgado with $50,000 of profit on a pro account, one single account. And guys, just like he's already up $71,000 today on his account. So the leaderboard is going to refresh after today, but he's already up $71,000 one single account, guys. Absolutely amazing. And by the way, I am super happy that he's used to hang around until this day in my streams. He was one of my first viewers, by the way, when I started streaming, and he's super nice guy. And he's actually also trading for the zones, so he's looking for supply and demand zones, and that is just amazing. And obviously, I mean, I don't know the details of his strategy, but he's definitely risking a little bit more. So like, because again, that's kind of like a subjective thing, like how much you are willing to risk and add to your positions. But he's like definitely risking more. But it's just amazing. He pushed it up to $71,000 today. And yeah, huge profits there.
Amazing. Maybe you can get him to come on and chat with us.
I will try. Yeah.
I literally got chills, Tom, when you were like telling us the story. I can't believe it. And note, everyone, his win rate is 42.1%.
Yeah, and by the way, that's also amazing. So 42% win rate. He's aiming for a bigger risk to reward ratio, and that's just so cool, because again, that's a proof that even with like that is not even a small win ratio, like 42%, and you can make huge amount of money. Of course, you got to be prepared that you are going to lose more as well, but the winners are going to wipe out most of your losses anyway. So yeah,
thank you for sharing that story with us. Inspiration, right, guys?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, market's going to open in about 4 minutes. Let's take a peek.
Oh yeah, I gave the trade a second chance, so I re-entered the second time for a long position. I'm looking for the 100 level up there. I'm kind of hoping that it can go. I might gonna take up because it's a heavy position. So okay, I just closed 3 micros, and because I was in with 6, so I closed 3. I partially made back what I lost on the previous trade. So I'm okay, and I'm kind of looking for the 100 level up there, and that's it. Because yeah, let me just zoom in again on the 5-minute chart here. So we have this fair value gap. So even if the plan is to drop lower, and the gap is not super accurate here on the micro, but even if we drop lower, I feel like the market might want to finish up the job by taking up orders in that fair value gap. So that is what I'm aiming for. And that should happen right now before the market open. It should be picking up that gap. And then at the open, it could maybe, you know, drop all the way below 24K. But please, there you go. Took it. Hey, let's go. So
let's go. W's for Tom.
Yeah, this was actually, it didn't even go to the fair value gap yet. So this is, again, just another thing, like when you're using round numbers, which some call psychological levels or whatever. When I see a round number, look at that drop. When I see a round number before a fair value gap, or it could be a zone or a fair value gap, or even a swing high or a swing low. So whenever I see these levels and there's a round number, so it could be 100, it could be 1,000, it could be even a 50. But like, I like to take profit even before that, because the market likes to troll everybody. And, you know, like in this case, it kind of dropped like 10, 15 points in a split second there. And this is also because of, like, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't care really, because I think it's just early profit taking. So there could be, obviously buyers were pushing it up there to that gap, and there could be just some early profit taking. But it should be tagging that fair value gap. I think it should be before the drop, hopefully.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Tom.
You're welcome.
You're winning. Winning.
I wish it would be every day like this, but like, oh my gosh, it's so bad. I mean, even until this day, I'm just, oh my God, the market is going to open in 50 seconds. So let me just add this, like, even until this day, I need to realize that the market, like, even if you have a winning streak and you feel invincible, the market will going to humble you and remind you, like, oh no, it's not like that. So yes. It's about how you can handle those days. You know?
Yeah, okay, market's going to open in less than 30 seconds.
Yeah.
We can talk about tilt later, but like winning can send you on tilt too, isn't it?
Oh yeah. Oh yes. Winning can even send you on a tilt much faster than losing, by the way, because once you feel so invincible, and we're going to talk about it later, that trigger is going to be much faster once the market goes completely against you. But yeah, we're going to talk about it. Here, the market open. Ding, ding, ding. Let's go.
Market is open.
We should be tagging that gap up there. Why it's not tagging it? I don't know why. Oh my gosh.
Okay, I'm going to put in a probe trade. I'm short 1 micro. I'm targeting yesterday's high.
Oh my God.
I wanted to leave without me. Yesterday, the market really left without us, Tom.
Yeah, it did. It did. You know, we left at the station, and I was just like, you know, jaws dropped, and I was just watching, like, what is going on? And I don't understand why we did not tag that fair value gap. We can still tag it. So this could be an initial fake move at the open. A part of me would still jump into a buy position to tag the fair value gap. But I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. Yeah. Oh my gosh. This is an interesting open for sure.
It is. We're just trading right above VWAP. It looks like the bears and the bulls are pretty balanced right now. NQ is up about 160 points. YM is also green by 0.8%. ES is green by 0.59%. Interesting.
Yeah, this is going to be, I feel like we are seeing some indecision. I'm still going to stand by that fair value gap. I'm sorry. I know you're short, and I'm not saying it's not going to drop. So the bigger picture, I like the shorts. I do love the idea. It should be dropping. I just don't know why it didn't pick up that order. Maybe it did on the mini. Oh, guys, I need to check it. I need to check the mini because that could give me the answer I'm looking for. No, it's not. Okay, because I thought that it picked it up on the mini, but it didn't. You know, if we could close below, like, that low was 36, I think. Yeah, 36.25. If we could close below that, then that would be a clean way all the way down to 24K and then lower. So London low is down 24.03 and Asia low 9.56. I love those levels, but look at this market. It wants to tag the gap. It wants to tag that freaking gap. I mean, sorry, that gap. And it just tagged it.
Tom did not swear. It tagged it.
It tagged it. Okay, no, so job is done. The good news for if you're holding a short, it's not financial advice, but the job is done for now. Now it should be the great time to drop it all the way down to 24K because we're done. There's not much to do. And the market, I feel like the sentiment is more likely a little bit negative after these war comments or whatever. So why not go down? Come on, NQ. I need to make a call or something. What is happening?
It's bumping. On my volume profile, there is a divot that it's in right now that it's filling.
What is going on?
Bumping, still pumping.
The fair value gap got kabooshed, right? But right now, I don't know. I actually, so I'm in a territory that I have really no idea what to do because we are right almost in the middle of this news scandal fiasco, and I have no target here. Nothing. Oh my gosh. Okay. I would love to see it drop. But why is it not dropping?
A Fed official is speaking. Some underlying inflation pressures are not explained by tariffs. Core services inflation has been high and goods inflation is driven by tariffs. Interesting.
Yeah, they're trying to push some good news here or positive sentiment to the market. And now that they did those comments, that may have been pushing this higher. But is it going to be enough to make traders forget about the Iran situation? I think it might gonna be enough. Look at this push.
Whoa, look at this push. Did someone say something that we don't know about? This is such a big push.
I need the phone number. Someone in the White House. I don't know, but
I know.
This is
we need to go to some new parties and meet some new people. Okay, so this candle so far, it's a 120-point candle.
Yes, I just checked it. 120 points of push here. I'm surprised. Let me. So I was not willing to enter a long position after picking this fair value gap, and I wasn't intended to enter a short position on this fair value gap because, as you guys know it, I need more to jump in. I need more confirmation, but I really tried to anticipate. I wanted to see a drop here, and it's not happening. So if it's not happening, I need to show you guys something on the weekly chart. Are you guys ready? Let me show you guys something on the weekly. So it's not super special, but here it is. This is the weekly chart. And I'm zooming in as much as possible. So this is the current week. And this gray area here is representing, this is the so-called unbalanced price range. So the close of the week of, the 16th of March. So that weekly close ended at, it closed at 217. Okay. And the next week opened up at, that was the, I think that was the contract switch. So opened up at 23,902. So there's quite a big gap here. It's actually not a gap because the market repriced it with this huge candle, huge wick, and then pushed lower. But until there is no up close candle rebalancing this area, this is going to be an unbalanced price range. We have unbalanced price range up here as well. The previous week, and look at all these candles with all these unbalanced price ranges up there. which means we would be needing up close candles. So shifting temporarily into a bullish market and having up close candles all the way maybe up there to, who knows, 26K, which means that, you know, bulls could be activating here and getting more active. And one more thing, we talk about, you know, the mid levels of these wicks, or ICT calls it consequent encroachment, or whatever you want to call it. I call it simply mid level. So the mid level of this wick on the mini is, it's not, you know, sniper accurate, but it's somewhere around 333. So let me go back to the 5 minute, and maybe it will make more sense. So once we close back above 200 on the 5 minute, and I just put this line here as well to 332. So that would be the mid level of that wick on the weekly. So if we close above 200, we might make our way all the way up there to the 300s.
Wow.
But I don't want, even if we do, I am not going to trade that. I'm not, because without a target, and yeah, you might say like, oh, but that's a good target. Maybe, but like, I like the zones better. Who knows? Maybe we go higher. We have much nicer zones down there, and that's why I really would love to see a drop. So this makes my job easier, because I'm just going to sit aside and see what the market is doing, you know?
Yeah. You're
Yeah.
like waiting for that confirmation.
So what about, are you still in the trade, or you closed it?
I closed it, but and then
closed
I
it.
re-entered.
Okay.
I didn't close it again.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Well,
Yeah, I'm closing it. So the 5 minute orb people did get tagged on the long side. I have a very interesting back test to share with you guys about the 5 minute orb.
I like the information. Please do share.
Yeah, I'll share it later.
Okay.
Right now we're so locked in
We're locked
into the
We're locked
charts.
in. And yeah, look at this. It's just pushing. It's pushing. And yeah, so we got rejected on the 5 minute by these news. It sort of created like a bearish scenario. It's not bearish engulfing, by the way. But anyway, so what if, I'm just thinking out loud. What if there could be stops above that news candle? I don't know.
Oh, yeah. If we can trade above, probably there's stops. I
Yeah.
would think.
I don't know.
So far, the way this open is trading, but we're already up 0.14%. Tom, I feel like we're having deja vu from yesterday.
It seems like it. And you know, I just switched to the 1 minute, and there's no pullback. It's just pushing it like there's no tomorrow. And
I just want to see us go and tag yesterday's high.
I know, right? I know. And so far it's acted like a very reasonable support, but why is it not dropping down? Please drop. And by the way, yeah, when was this? So yeah, so we actually tagged the previous day high again. So we kind of got rejected on the 1 minute. It's more visible. So we got rejected on previous day high, and now it's pushing back. I don't know. I'm actually, yes, I'm not gonna lie, would be great to get a 10-20 point scalp here, but it's kind of, what if the bulls are, you know, gonna be out of breath here, and it's just gonna take the elevator down a little bit. So look at that.
Look at that.
Okay.
Just as Tom was saying that.
Yeah, the
On
market
cue.
makers. The market makers are watching the stream. I know.
They are.
Okay. Kind of checking. So there's nothing special on the 15 seconds. So this is the small screen on here is the 15-second chart. Not because I am so addicted to the 15-second chart, but it's just kind of gives me ideas of how the candles are printing on the subatomic time frames here. And yeah, but so far it's just a pullback. Could be pushing still. No structure being built up here.
Okay, I re-entered. Short.
Terry is on fire.
I'm like so married to this idea.
She's married to the idea,
I'm married to
and I am going to support Terry. So
thank you, Tom.
I'm definitely going to support you on this one. I'm gonna text a message to the market makers that please drop it right here. And
Tom is like, Terry, it's all you.
it's all you.
I'll live through you.
Yeah. It just has to drop, guys. So I don't know. I mean, okay. Now I'm trying to come. I'm trying to come up with every possible scenario to justify why this has to go down, why this trade has to go. I mean, why the market has to go down. And by the way, there is already one small justification on the 1 minute here. There is a very nice 1 minute demand zone created at the open. So it's like a cutie pie here. It's a very cute 1 minute demand zone. The level starts at 98.50, 24,098.50. And it looks really good. It's really decent. Get these lines off the chart. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Yeah, let me get this up. So yeah, a 98.50. That's a 1 minute demand zone. Perfect. Absolutely. So drop it down there.
Drop it like it's hot. It's coming down. We do have more news coming in about 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Final manufacturing PMI.
Nice. And it's going nicely to the zone as well.
It's going.
Everybody, fingers crossed. Don't breathe. Just wait. It has to go down. It just has to.
It has to, because we said so, right?
Yeah, exactly. You see? I told you.
I told you.
You know, and it's because it's a cutie pie demand zone. It should be going down. It should be tagging that. Come on, let's go. The zone has been tagged nicely. All right. Now, there could be a bit of a bounce here. Don't be scared. Price could be bouncing at tagging the zone, but it's fine. Oh, look at that drop. Oh, I like it.
I love it. My trade is working. It's working.
We do need to reduce the amount of coffee for Terry because all she needs is trading.
You know what? Tom?
Yeah.
Remember the day when you were like beating your chest? I thought that was the coolest thing. I hope you do that more.
I will jump on my seat. I'll tell you what. If I have like a huge trade one day here live on stream, I'm trying not to full port the account, but if I have something great, I will jump on my seat even if I break my chair. So,
I love this. Show me the money.
Show me the money. All right, it's really good. Sell side at 43. Oh my gosh, what a drop. I'm actually tempted to oversize my position and jump in. No, I'm not gonna do it. Oh my God.
You want to jump in?
I want to jump in. I like to, but
we are right at about VWAP here. It would be very nice if we get a nice close below VWAP. If we can take out that 5 minute opening range low, that will likely there's stops below there, right?
Yeah. So again, and yeah, that's a good conclusion there. The thing is, don't be scared about this bounce here, because I did backtest it a lot. 70% of the time, we are seeing a bounce in the middle of the demand and the supply zone. So that's normal. No surprise in this, but we don't really want to see it go like up to the 130s-ish. So we want to see, maybe it's going to pick some liquidity from up around 110 and then should be continuing lower. So a bounce is always, or rejection if it's a supply zone, is always normal and in the mid-level. Okay, so now if I would be in this trade, this is still bearish to me. As I said, I don't want it to go back above the 130s or 40s. So now it had its fun. It's had a fun time, nice drop, and now it should continue lower. So drop it.
Drop.
Just drop it.
Okay, news did come in. The U.S. S&P manufacturing PMI, the final came in at 52.3. The forecast was 52.4. We're still trading above VWAP. Bulls are still there.
Yeah, bulls are still there, and you know, if we can just let's get below 68, because for a second there I was always almost like, if we go higher than 123 actually to 126. I'm like, maybe I'm jumping into a long position, but I don't want
No!
that. I don't want that. I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna do that. All right, I'm not gonna.
No, the divot still hasn't been completely filled, so I wouldn't be surprised if it consolidates a little bit. But if we can trade below there's a volume profile node a little bit below us, right about VWAP. So I would love to see a strong close below that, and then I think we can, target, work our way towards yesterday's high, hopefully.
The thing is, I don't want to say it. Okay.
Oh no! Tell me.
No. Oh, I don't want to say it.
The bad news.
There's just this very small bad news, not like a real bad news, but there is a very nice supply zone on the 15-second chart, but it's way up there at 153. So it can actually push price down if it tags it, but I'm not sure if it's going to tag it. If we close higher than 123, and I'm just talking about the 15-second chart, guys. So we can potentially scalp about like a healthy 20 points up there. But for now, it's looking absolutely amazing for the shorts. So everything is cool. And so far, it's doing everything as it should. So I love this. And it's looking great.
Excellent. Okay, so the low of the 5-minute orb is, what is it? It is 24,043.50 in MNQ. It's heading that way.
Yeah, it's really looking good. And I do love this so far. Yeah, it's perfect. Nice. Okay, let's go, NQ. Flush it down the toilet. Let's go.
Let's go. At what point would you think about going into a short, Tom?
Tough question. This is the opening range low. I think it could be maybe now. Who knows?
Yes. With 1 micro?
Actually, 3. 3 micros, guys. I'm scalping it because we only live once, and oh my gosh, no problem. It's fine. It's completely okay. My target would be the opening range low. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! I thought that we're gonna waterfall down, and we're not.
Oh
not
no,
yet.
we are.
We are. Okay. Yeah, sure.
It's just like right at VWAP.
Okay. All right. Let's waterfall down. Let's waterfall down. I want to see this just waterfall down just a little bit. Actually, so this is a scalp trade. Usually go with the negative risk to reward ratio, but I really wanted to see it drop down to the opening range low. So come on, NQ.
Come on, NQ.
Do what we agreed to do. All right. So just drop it down to the opening range low, and we're going to be friends forever. I mean, for the next minute or two at least. So
do you think we could possibly break the overnight low today? I mean, not during our stream, but
yeah, it could be possible. Overall, unfortunately, I do think that we are in a bullish market, though. So, but sweeping some levels lower, that would make more sense to me. So
okay, I have my TP at 23,987.75.
That sounds okay. I like that. I like it. Yeah, come on, just drop it down, NQ. You're just teasing us here. Just drop it down. Easy.
Drop it like it's hot.
Guys, my entry is terrible, by the way. So this is like an absolute. This is the worst entry I could do even for scalping. But yeah, I'm not gonna get spiked out here. No big deal. I still believe in this short. I mean, it would be great to sweep that low. So just go lower, please, NQ. Just please go.
Oh, please. A bunch of people won in chat. I see.
Nice. Congratulations. Nice. Let's go. We love the winners. We like the winners. Yeah, so far it's kind of, I feel like I'm going to get taken out, but it's no problem. It could be sweeping more liquidity from higher, but that's fine. I don't want to give back more. Okay, I'm out from this trade, but it's okay, completely fine.
Yeah, it's just back and forth.
It's back and forth, and we're back into that previous scenario. Like, what if it wants to tag that 150-ish level, which I don't really want to see, but what if it does want to go there? Don't worry, guys. I don't
like the sound of that.
Don't worry, guys. We're still in play here, and I don't like the sound of that too.
But I see re-rolling. People are excited for re-roll.
Re-roll. Yeah, everybody wants a re-roll.
Re-roll times 2.
Okay, I'm sorry, Terry. I jumped into a long position, but just to sacrifice my account. No, I'm not sacrificing, but it's. I'm just kind of anticipating that we could be trading above 122. If we do, it could be tagging that level, but only to drop it down from 150. So this is like yeah, it's a very small, it's a scalp. Yeah, we'll see what's gonna happen. So I gave back the previous profits, so now this is actually in a bit of a drawdown, and look at that. Now it's going down.
It's playing with people's emotions.
It does.
Yeah, we're still trading within that 5-minute opening range candle.
Yeah, it seems like we do. And
yeah. 420 says tricky PA as usual.
It's always tricky, guys. It's always tricky, especially with the news. All right, I added 3 more micros, super heavy. 150, 450. This is very heavy. This is very heavy. This is very heavy. 54.50. Even for my standards, 6 micros in this market is very heavy, guys.
Tom, it's working.
Well, only for now. I want to see 150, actually bringing down my TP to 150, actually lower. I'm bringing it down to 140. Come on, just push it up just a little bit there to 150. Can we do that, please? I need to put a stop.
You're so good with the zones.
No, I'm not.
Calling out these levels.
I'm not. It's actually very dangerous, guys. My finger is on the close button. I don't like this move. My finger is on the close button. I'm definitely locked in on this. And this is why I don't like scalping, because you need to watch every minute of the candle.
Yeah.
Like how it's printing, what it's doing.
Versus just letting it like do its thing.
Yeah,
and giving it a lot of room.
It's much easier if you just leave it with 1 or 2 micro and just let it do its thing. You have a wide range instead of this. Yeah, I don't like it. It's not looking good. It's not looking good. It's not looking good. Okay, it's fine. It's okay. Okay, it's getting super heavy. All right. I think I might have to close it manually. I don't like it. It was so close. Almost tagged it. Almost. But yeah, so overall, I would love to see the market go a little bit lower and sweep some levels. So there is still a lot of opportunities throughout the day, even in the PM session. I think we might see some more moves in the PM session today. So who knows? Oh my gosh.
We are almost to 200 likes. Thank you so much. I think we're at 171. If we can get it to 200 before our segment, that would be amazing.
That would be super awesome. Unfortunately, I got taken out, so no more trades for me. I tried what I could, but yeah, it was a heavy position. So overall, I am down $368, which is this is kind of my limit. So I'm done with this account. Yeah. And yeah, we're gonna wait for the next opportunity, but yeah, it could be just ranging until 10 a.m. It could be just ranging here. So,
it is just barcoding. And that loss, it sounds like it's very much an acceptable risk for you. This is part of the plan.
Yeah, I'm fine with this. So this number, it's okay. I'm in the green on all my other accounts, by the way, for today. And now look at this. It's just going to go higher.
Wow.
But yeah, I'm perfectly fine. Yeah, we have news. Oh yeah, we have news.
Yeah,
we have
more
news.
news. Let me check. We have US ISM manufacturing PMI.
Is that it? That's not a red folder news, right? I think it's not.
It's not. I don't think so, but it's the little dot on my news feed is red.
Oh, that's red. Okay, that could be. Okay, could be red then. Let me check it.
On the other news feed, it is not.
Oh yeah, that's red folder.
It's red. Yep.
It's red. Okay. Okay.
Good luck, everyone.
Okay, that's gonna be a shaky formation. All right, who knows? Yeah, should have talked about it. I completely forgot that we have the ISM news. Yeah, because then the market could go sideways for the next couple of minutes and could be shaking out scalpers like I tried to do that. And but overall, in the bigger picture, we have great levels down there. So if you are holding a short, opening range low is still there at 40. What's the level? 43. So I like it. And this small zone that I tried to scalp for, it's only on the 15-second chart. So I was just trying to do some crazy scalping there. But maybe next time, the market does its tricks all the time.
All the time. Exactly. We're getting closer to 200 likes. We're at 182. Thank you, everyone.
I like it. Thank you, everybody.
And we're at 63,700K subscribers. Did I say that right? 63.7K subscribers. Yeah. Once we hit 70K, Tom will do a special dance for us, and he'll also call Luke and get accounts to give away.
We're going to get more giveaways, guys. Oh, yeah, that's for sure.
So if you like, make sure you smash that like button and then subscribe too, and turn on your notifications so you know anytime there's special things happening. Oh, real quick, I said I would share all the giveaways we're doing. So we have the giveaway of the secret code that's happening on all of our socials. There's a secret discount code for you. So go out and find that. It's a fun treasure hunt. And then we also have all the giveaways every hour during stream. And then we have one more. No, it's April. Actually, that one already ended. The special form. We had that scheduled. Yeah, that was only during March. But it was fun.
It was fun. It was definitely fun. And there's so many giveaways, guys. It's really hard to keep on track with all these things. So yeah, make sure to subscribe to all the social platforms and, keep an eye open.
And what's your favorite word?
My favorite word, I have many favorite words. Kabooshed. Oh yeah, code YouTube, of course. Code YouTube, everybody. That makes us better, stronger, and enables us to get more hosts, more giveaways, more, giving back more to the community. So please help us with the code YouTube. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for your discounts.
Exactly.
Up next, we have Pine Tree Trader. Tom, any last minute words before we head out?
Well, I mean, it was an exciting start, and despite the fact that I chopped myself up a little bit in the scalping session here, I think we had a great session, and it was just fun to follow the narrative of what's happening in the market. So thankful for the positive vibes, everybody. This is an amazing, amazing community. So thank you so much. We'll be back tomorrow, right?
Yes, we will be. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining us. And please give a very warm welcome to Pine Tree Trader. Thanks, Tom. Thanks, guys.
Bye. Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Yo, what's happening, everyone? What is going on? What is up? What is up? Pine Trees in the chat. Love it. Queen of Trades, Vanessa, Labarto. It's Rupish. Sorry, I probably botched that name. Melvin in the house. Ryan Wiggins. What is up? Janae. We got Sharka. We got Adam Daz, Goku. We got Smoke Trades. We got Ayo. What is up? MMNQ. What is up? Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. What's up, Trev and Abhishek? Let's give it up for Terry and Tom. Such good hosts. They are awesome. All right. So here's what we got going on. MyFundedFutures Rapid account, 25K account. I ended up passing it last night on my stream. So if you guys were hanging out on my stream last night, thank you for being there. During the Globex, I passed this MyFundedFutures account. It activated within what would you guys say, like 1 minute if you were watching me? Pretty much instantly. The only thing that took me a little bit of time while I was on stream was actually just signing the funded trader form, but that was it. Then it activated almost immediately, and I made a trade on it last night. So I'm up $272 on this brand new funded account. So let's see what we can do on it. We just had news come out, little manufacturing news, and that's what we got going on at the moment. Oh, first inside bar right here, already printed. Missed it while I'm getting warmed up and settled in here. That's all right. These first inside bars that are just before a news release, a little bit tricky. Where it's top of the hour, where you have the news release, can be a little bit tricky. So I don't generally take those. We'll look for another trade here. Overall, market, what a bounce. So nice little bounce on the hourly chart, looking very bullish at the moment. Now we have been consolidating for a few hours now, put in this bit of a range, and we are sitting right at 25,150. Do we go back up to 25,000 area? This area right here, I would consider the point of control. If you guys are for like, I would say like the monthly point of control, the daily point of control is right up here at this 25,000 level. We essentially been hanging out at this level since last October. It's slowly trying to make its way back up into that zone. Do we actually get there? I don't really know. But as of right now, it's looking a little bullish. That doesn't mean I won't take a short if I see something. But nothing too crazy at the moment where it's just busting out. Kind of consolidating in the middle. If we don't see anything, now this is a funded account. Like I said, I'm up 272.52. If I don't see anything I really like, I am not going to take it. But if I see something I like, I will pull the trigger and try to manage the risk as best as possible. Because keep in mind, on a 25K rapid, it is intraday trailing, and it's only $1,000 in drawdown. You can see right here, $1,000 in drawdown. So during New York, I'm really going to try to size down into the micros. So I'm going to put the micros on the DOM. I'm going to go like 3-4 micros, maybe MES, and trade 2 or 3 micros on MNQ and see how that goes. Because I want to be able to place a stop, just accordingly to where I need it to be. So whether it's below an inside bar or above an inside bar, or an outside bar, I want to be sized accordingly where I'm not going to destroy $1,000 worth of drawdown. So I really don't want to risk more than maybe 150, 200 bucks max on a trade. That I think that would be the most responsible thing to do. That will give me, maybe 8 to 10 shots, 10 bullets. How's everyone else doing? 400 plus people. Let's go. 400 plus people. I love that. Guys, smash that like button and make sure you're doing you're following MyFundedFutures, YouTube Shorts, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram. Look for those Easter eggs. Get those codes. Get those free accounts. It is April Fool's Day. This is not a joke. I am here. We are here. We are live. I am not AI. I had someone come on my stream once and says, "Is this live, or is this pre-recorded while I'm streaming live?" And it was a genuine question. I said, and I just read out their name. I'm like, no. I said, "No, Coach Fred. This is not live. This is pre-recorded." All right, here we go. So nice little inside bar break here. Like I said, this is a little bit tricky to take. I'm not really liking this at the moment. I don't really have many targets. I just want it to break out of this zone. Let's take a look at the NQ30. So the first 30 minutes of the day right here, we have a high of 24,040. We have a high of 24,195 or so, and a low of 24,040. Hasn't set the initial balance yet. We are consolidating in the middle of this 30-minute candle. Do we have an inside day today, or do we actually get a bit of a trend day? Now, Monday, Tuesday, we had a bit of trend days, right? So we had the down days, and then we had the up. What's today going to be? Is it going to be an inside day? Sometimes the inside days can be even more tricky to trade. I like some big ups and downs, big volatility. I'd like to see it spike way up, put it in a reversal, come back, slam back down, that kind of stuff. So we shall see. So how is everyone else doing? Are you guys doing okay today? I find sometimes the middle of the week to be my worst days for some reason. It's like Wednesdays or Thursday. Friday is always the worst day to lose on an account because to go tilt, especially when you blow accounts on Fridays but for some reason the middle of the week tends to be a little bit tricky for me. I don't know what it is. It's at midweek low, I guess. Maybe I'm already tired from trading. I know a lot of people say that on Friday. So we have a big outside bar here on a 2-minute. I might try it. I'm long. Placing a stop down below. 2 micros. See if we can break up above. It's a little high in the leg. You go to the DOM here. But I'm really going to risk it. Look for a little negative R&R scalp, possibly. If we push rate, we just rejected right at that 80 level. But we'll see if we can get a little breakout. This would be a breakout trade off the outside bar. Came back down on the 2. So I'm going to take this trade. And stops at 120, so 50 points away, which you might think, well, that's a really wide stop, and it is. But if you watch someone like Tom Hugard or some trade, he will often use 50-point stops, just discretionary trading. And then he'll move the stop accordingly. So if it starts to move my way, then he'll, move the stop quickly, add in to winners, take off. He'll also scale out, scale in, that kind of stuff. So risking $200. So $200. So I feel like right now, 2 micros on this account is the sweet spot. Like that's what I'm going to probably end up trading mostly, is 2 micros with MNQ. MES, I might be able to get away with trading a little bit heavier size. But hopefully this moves my way, and then I'll be able to trail my stop and not give up much a drawdown, because it is intraday trailing drawdown. This is a rapid funded. So we'll see here. See if it actually wants to keep going higher. Now, whoa. See, little, maybe a little headline there. Short and roll lock pair scale. Good luck. Adding to a position is hard. Yeah. You guys saw me do it yesterday where I was adding into the position. If you were watching my stream last night, I needed about $350, $400 to pass this account. I ended up adding into it on the winner. and I had ended up catching pretty much the low of the range last night. And the time I added to the winner, I was still able to move my stop at break even. So that was what was nice, is I was still a risk off trade where I was able to add into that winner, you know. And not risk a lot, because where it moved my average price back up, I was able to keep my risk in check, and it ended up it kept grinding higher, you know, especially last night. It just kept grinding higher, so it ended up being a pretty good trade. All right, so far taking some heat. Taking some heat. This might have been a better entry right here at this fair value gap line. We'll see if it actually holds. It's feeling kind of trappy at the moment, but you never know. Never know. We need one of those tweets. Need one of those tweets to send this market higher. I saw someone in the chat earlier said the name was Trump loves MyFundedFutures. So just a little tweet, right? Send this market higher. I wouldn't mind. So if you're still here in the chat, just send it a little higher. I won't mind. Yeah, it's Rue. It is a little choppy, not gonna lie. A little choppy. Might be better off to wait for the break out of the range. But it could do this all day. It could just chop this range. We don't have to break out. We don't have to break down. There's a lot of room to the downside. I mean, the market's up 1% at the moment, but there's a lot of room to cover if we start to break down. And right now, it feels like we're just kind of topping this range. But outside bar, 2 minute. I love these candles. This is how I end up passing the account. It's taking a 2 minute outside bar where I just look for the break, stop goes below. This is what got me here. A lot of people will come or ask me, like, how do you, like, I always come to I always get to my funded account and I end up blowing the account. Like, what am I doing wrong? Or how should I trade my funded account? Well, trade it the same way as you traded your eval, maybe size down, but just trade the edge that brought you there, right? So, you got to trade that edge. So if you have an edge, you got to stick with it. And you're gonna lose on the trades. You're gonna get stopped out a few times. You're gonna lose. You could lose 2, 3, 4 in a row. That's gonna happen. I don't care who you are. I don't care what kind of influence you are on X. You are gonna lose a few trades in a row. It's just gonna happen. But you see your edge, take it. So it's always interesting to me when people say that to me. When they get the funded account, they'll ask me, how should I trade it? Well, just trade how you got your funded account. Like, that's what you do. Just trade your edge over and over and over and over again. Trading can be very boring, right? Trading can be very boring. I mean, I essentially, if I was smart enough, I probably could set up a bot to trade this, where I have the inside, outside bars, 2 minute. There we go. Breaking out here. Up 13 points now. 13 points. Let's rip it. Not enough momentum for me to move my break even yet. I want to see a little bit of a break up towards that. Start breaking above this high right here. I want to trail my stop, but it's rejecting right now. Perhaps another double top. See, this is the issue. This is the issue I have, guys. I'll be fully transparent right here. When I trade micros like this, I said yesterday that count your points and treat it just like you would be trading a mini. like if I was in a mini right now, obviously it just shot up 20 points, 15 points. I would have been probably out of the trade. But sometimes where I trade micros, psychologically, I'm still looking at that P&L, you know, and I'm not really counting the points. You know, I'm not taking my own advice where I should just take 20 points, 15, 20 points. Cause that's what I do. That's the scalper in me. But where the market is very bullish, I wanted to see it break out of this 195, and we might be able to get a little more. Maybe push up and touch and test this wick. Touch that 245 area. But so my point is that I tend to, if I'm trading discretionary with micros, I tend to overtrade. So that is the fine line. If you listen to Tom Hugard at all, I know I keep referencing him, the author of the book Best Loser Wins back there. Here's a good analogy that he's talked about. Now, I've said this in the past. I'm like that old man that repeats stories, but you know, where he says that if you're trading, you got to trade just enough size to really focus on what you're doing in the trade. Because let's just say you're trading one micro, right? You're trading one micro. It's like the equivalent of driving down the Autobahn at 20 miles an hour, right? So you're on the Autobahn, you're in your souped up Toyota Corolla, and you're driving 20 miles an hour, right? What are you doing? You're on the highway. You might be eating some donuts. You're driving with your knee. You're drinking coffee. You're playing with the radio. That's when you trade micros. Sometimes that's how it feels. It's on autopilot. But when you get in a little more size, next thing you know, you're hyper focused on what you're doing, what you're driving. That's like driving down the Autobahn at 100 miles an hour. Next thing you know, that's like trading a mini, right? That's like trading minis on NASDAQ. You're focused. You're like, it's a little bit tense, you know. That's where you want to be. You don't necessarily want to be oversized where you're full clinched and you're holding onto your desk and you're grinding your teeth, but you want to be in a little bit of size where you're satisfied enough and paying attention and not being so sloppy with your take profits and your stop losses, things like that. Like that's where you want to be. Well, I like that it's moving in my direction, but it's still consolidating and putting in a bit of a double top here. Do we think we're going to break up above that 24,200? Guys, yeah, the Autobahn is fun though. Exactly. But yeah, I mean, that's how he describes it. So if he's trading $100 a point versus $5 a point, there's a big difference. Big difference. So he likes to trade bigger size. He feels like he's a little more focused on that, on the trades. 170 to 186. Yeah, so about 18 points total on this. We're looking for a little, it's moving in the right direction. It's still grinding up, but kind of bear flagging in a way too, right? Kind of bear flagging on the bigger picture. If we draw the little trend line here. All right. Let's see if we can close above that 80s. Getting that close above that 80s. Come on. I like, whoa. What is that? More headlines. Is Trump speaking? Is Trump speaking right now? What is going on? Now, why couldn't that have just gone the opposite way? Why did it just have to get slammed down? It's too big, but it's on it. But I'm looking at it, the 2-minute chart, right? So the 2-minute chart, the way I look at flags and trend lines, if you go a higher time frame, it'll shrink up, right? So it'll shrink up. But looking at the 2-minute chart, you know, I just drew the line. But if I went to a 15 or 20, it's kind of flagging, right? Or a 10-minute. I don't know what's the volatility just kind of got shaky here. I don't know what's happening. I feel like someone's speaking, or there was just a tweet or headline or something. I know the NASDAQ will move around like this, but something just happened. It is crazy. There we go. There we go. I'm trailing my stop now. I don't trust this. Trailing it now. There's 20 points. Let's go. Come on. Get up there. Break out, break out, break out. All right, I'm out. I took about 16 points there. Let's just wait to see what else we got. I don't know what that was. I don't really trust it, to be honest with you. We are right up top of this range too. So about 16 points on that. We'll take it. 332. And guess what? I still have pretty much all my drawdown left. And that is something that's key. So to get a payout on a 25K rapid, I need to get it to $1,600. And there it goes. Now it's breaking out. I don't know. Maybe a little jitters. I don't know. But they're $989 to get this to a payout. You got to get it to $1,600. Once you get to $1,100, the trailing drawdown stops. So trailing drawdown will stop. So as soon as I get over $1,100, that's when I can breathe and relax a little bit. But for now, I take those little scalps, 15, 16, 20 points, 10 points even, 5 points if I'm sized up. If during the Globex, if I'm looking, I might size up to one mini, look for 5 points, take $100 over and over and over again. That's my recipe as far as getting over the trailing drawdown on a rapid account. Once I get it over $1,100, then I make another $500. Now it's at $1,600. I can take $500 daily payout. The next day, I make another $500. I take another daily payout. So that is what I like about the rapid account. And the other thing I like about the rapid account right now, use code YouTube if you're picking up any, but is that it's instant payout. So last week I ended up taking a $1,400 payout from a rapid. It was a 50K rapid, and it was instant. And within minutes, it went right into my bank account. So right into the bank account. So it was out of my account. I was able to trade the account again within a minute or less. And I end up checking my bank account, my checking. And I have a tiny, small credit union that's pretty much closed every single day, it seems like, and it was right in there. So we'll take that. So still grinding higher. So here's the trade. If you guys just missed it, very, very simple. Outside bar, 2-minute chart, NQ or MNQ, took the long, break above it, stop goes below, right at that 24,120. And you got to be able to hold through some drawdown. Held through some drawdown. That's why the stop goes where it needs to be. And then trailed the stop once I felt like it was starting to break up. Now it's rejecting off that 24,200, but still holding this trend line at the moment. So any questions for me, guys? I got 5 minutes left before we have a feast on. We got a feast coming on later. So if you got any questions, please go ahead and ask it in the chat. I appreciate that. Let's take a look at ES. So ES, you can see right here why NQ is really not pumping at the moment. Not yet, anyway. ES is barcoding and it's pretty much flat. It's just hanging out on the VWAP. So is this the push up, grabbing some of this volume up here? Will this actually come down and test back down to 24,100? Don't know. I don't know. It feels bullish to me, though. Smash the like. Thank you so much. quick session. Nice long, P long. Thank you so much, P long. I only take longs for P long. Thank you so much. Yeah, quick session, 30 minutes, not a lot of time, but it is prime scalping or prime time to trade, in my opinion. It's during that first hour of New York. Now a lot of people wait till after the first hour. A lot of times when I scalp, I like to scalp the first hour of the day, first hour of the New York session. If you wait after, you can usually catch the trend, if there's going to be a trend, something like that, after the initial balance is set. But when I'm scalping, I like the volatility, so I will often scalp inside that first hour of the day. But thank you, Sharka. Appreciate that. Goes by a bit too fast. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Personally, I love it. 30 minutes. Hey, who doesn't like a 30-minute workday, right? 30-minute workday. I can be done. Go get a workout after this. Go get some breakfast. But yesterday I was on an hour and a half with you guys, and it was fun. It was fun. I did like that too. That was a rarity though. 300 likes, guys. Get that likes up. Yeah, just a reminder that make sure you're using code YouTube. We have 50% off pro plans for the new users. So 50% off for new users, 30% off on the pro plan for existing users. I'm gonna have to pick up some pro plan. I love the no consistency on those pro plans. If I can catch a good day, it's nice to build upon it. But I also like the daily payouts. You guys know I love my daily payouts. I've been talking about this for the last year. is about how much I love daily payouts so this rapid account. Getting that one last week. It didn't last long, unfortunately, but it was a nice payout, $1,400. You get a $1,400 payout in 4 days or whatever from start to finish on the account. Obviously, I was trading a little bit too aggressive, and it ended up biting me in the butt once I ended up getting the payout. So I had to start over, which is not a big deal. I ended up picking up a rapid plan. It was right around $100, and we started over, and we ended up passing it. And I actually traded the eval a little bit slower than I usually do. It took me maybe a week, 6 days to pass it, which it's still pretty fast, but there's obviously no rush. But it is pretty sweet that you're able to get a payout in 3 days from start to finish. You can start it, hit 50% on day one, hit 50% on day two, pass the account, activate it, and then start working towards your daily payout. So that's pretty awesome. Guys, I got 30 seconds left. I want to thank everyone for being here. We took a small win, about 16 points, actually. 16 points. That's a nice little scalp. And it's pulled right back in towards our entry. And I'm up $332 on the rapid. So we'll see how this goes tomorrow. I hope to have this account around tomorrow as well. But come back tomorrow, and I'll see you guys then. Guys, give it up for a feast. Peace, guys. Later.
Yo, what's up, guys? Get up for Pine. Always one of my favorite segments to watch. It's always before I come on too, so it works out well that way. Yeah, let's get into this. Let's get into this chart today. As you guys saw in the previous, live right now, there's not a lot going on here in the indices. We're pretty choppy at the moment. Now, I've identified some higher time frame biases for today. Let me speak into my mic so you can hear me. Sorry about that. It might have been hard for you to hear me. I've identified a higher time frame bias for today. So what I'm going to do is kind of walk you through what I'm looking for, right? What I want to be eventually positioning myself in, and kind of what that's going to look like with respect to this current chart. So look at the daily. we've opened up this daily candle and just expanded higher here. Okay, so I have 3 assets here, the ES, NASDAQ, and the Dow. We open and we've expanded higher here, and we don't have an established low of day. Okay, meaning if I look at my lower time frames here, I don't see a swing formation that I can trade away from very easily, right, within this daily range. So look, market opens here. Here's where we currently are. We have all of these consecutive candles. I don't have a swing formation, right? If you study some of my content, you're going to know what that looks like. So right now, I'm more or less just in no man's land. I'm very deep in a premium of this daily range. Also, you can see we're in a very deep premium of this entire range. So I'm more or less looking to trade some sort of reversion, right? Some sort of mean reversion back towards the daily open. And here's kind of where we can look to do that from. So we have this previous week high here, right, which is obviously the higher time frame draw on liquidity. You can see here, this is a very bullish reversal off the lows, right? We paired this with some sort of divergence, which we talk about. Looks like this. Yeah. So we have this kind of sequence at the lows that price is expanding away from. But it doesn't mean that I can look blindly for a long, right, up in this range here, because I need an established swing, right? So what I'm actually looking for to see is if we can get some sort of retracement of this range on the higher time frame. So I'm looking to trade a lower time frame reversal. And what that's going to look like is this. So you can see we have a lot of nice equal lows here. It's resting sell side liquidity, right? We're very far away from this previous week high here on NASDAQ and on the S&P. We're much closer, right, to that previous week high here on YM. So I'm looking to trade some sort of retracement of this asset probably as NASDAQ sweeps out this current 4-hour high. If you look at the current 4-hour high, maybe we'll see something like this. And if we can get that, pair that with some sort of cracking correlation and then lower time frame signature, I'm going to look to get short towards, the London lows and potentially even this daily open. Notice how this daily open here on YM has no wick. That's an extremely important distinction, right? You're trading back in towards a candle with no wick, which is a high probability signature. Then in addition to that, you can also look at this as a higher time frame monthly open and quarterly open. Look at this. We now have a new month open, no wick. It's very unlikely to have a monthly candle with no wick. And then likewise, right, we have a quarterly candle here, 3-month candle, right? No wick. Again, we just opened up, today. So a lot of things are pointing to this being kind of an open high manipulation day and then trade back lower into the range. So we can look to kind of get on side with that idea, here. We'll see. Right now, the current 4-hour candle is just internal, right? We haven't taken out the previous 4-hour high or low. So we're just in between the range high and low. So that's pretty much no man's land for us. We just wait. And then in addition to that, you can look at the current 6-hour candle. And you can see we're also having this large wick, right? So this is not going to necessarily support a reversal. There's a good chance that a good trade opportunity is going to come either at, 12 p.m. Let me pull this up, like 12 p.m. Why does it look so gross? Right, that can time this 4-hour candle reversing with a new 6-hour open, right? That's kind of what I'm assuming is going to happen, right? So we're going to look to see if we can get some sort of, manipulation of one of these ranges, one of the highs of the ranges. Right, I don't like to trade, as you guys know, inside of these ranges. I prefer to wait for one side to be manipulated. Now you can scalp. Like Pine did a really good job actually of demonstrating how you can scalp inside this range. It just makes more sense for me to just wait for one of the sides of the range to go, right? Just wait for extremes. Trading internal, you kind of get sucked into this kind of stuff, right? You'll notice it. Like trading internal, you get sucked into the chop, especially look at the S&P, look at the Dow, right? I prefer to wait for some key level and then some strong reaction from that key level, right? So it's really easy when you have it all defined, right? What you're looking for. So maybe we'll see that YM comes in, takes out all these lows. I mean, it makes a lot of sense for the Dow to take out these lows, right? We talked about here. And all of these lows really are low resistance, right? So we could see if the price wants to trade into those levels. And it's almost like clockwork. We're seeing that happen right now, right? So we're seeing that nice manipulation here. Right? So again, we're seeing some sort of divergence at this high up here. Yeah. But again, it's just a failure swing on NASDAQ, right? So this sweep in here you're seeing is just a failure swing. So I don't really want to engage the market in a failure swing, right? Sweep. So I don't look to trade away from failure swings like this, right? Now what I will look to do is see if NASDAQ maybe YM takes out the low, maybe NASDAQ retraces into some sort of gap. Right, we have a fair value gap in here. But the important thing to do is just wait for one of these sides of the range. Trading can be boring sometimes, guys, right? How you guys doing on the day so far? What kind of switch do you have on the keyboard? I have just a keyboard from Amazon. I could probably find out what that is. It has a nice sound though, doesn't it? I like the sound of my keyboard. That tactile sound sounds good. I don't think you've missed too much, dude. Let me go to some of these comments. I haven't shorted yet. What's up, bro? How's it going, Abhishek? Oils. We can look at some other markets. Okay, so we can see I had this high marked out right here. You can see this is a pretty nice divergence that we're forming up in here. I mean, oils looks like a daily consolidation though. You can see like this is pretty gross. So I'm not really trading this right now. Also, there's a lot of geopolitical news that's affecting oils right now. So oils are kind of moving crazy at different points of time. Same with commodities to an extent, but you can see here commodities have been, you know, pretty clean the past couple of days. We got this nice expansion. Again, I always look for like daily like levels. On a day like this, I'm expecting a new phase of price, right? If I look at this chart, we've come into our previous weekly high. The day after we do that is usually like less likely to, you know, expand, right? Again. So I'm looking to see if we maybe create like some sort of gap here, right? On the daily chart like this. So I'm just expecting this candle to more or less offer some sort of accumulation or maybe like a retracement, right? So these days aren't like primed for expansion. You can see like just like more or less consolidating, right? So NASDAQ just took out that hourly high. A little bit of volatility there. Yeah, gold did have a nice move yesterday and the day before. A lot of my students took some trades on gold yesterday specifically. Okay. Let's see, NASDAQ is putting these equal highs. So we should see NASDAQ run out this hourly high, right? This range high. Right, we're very far away from this previous week high, but you can look and you can see we have all of these failure swings here, right? It's all just like low resistance liquidity here, meaning failure swings. But again, just because, right, the higher time frame has an obvious draw up here, like just because we can look at this and we can say we want to trade towards these highs and we want to trade towards these highs, it doesn't mean the daily profile is necessarily going to be aligned for that, which is important to consider, right? Again, you got to remember you're very, very high in this range at the moment. So price is permissible to retrace, right, before expanding again. We open and we expand, and we don't offer any manipulation of this opening price. So it might form something like this. And then tomorrow we could see expansion, right? That's possible for sure. come back in, create that wick on the daily chart. How you guys doing today? How you guys doing like this week actually? Wednesday, you guys taking any good trades? Is anyone trading this PA? I don't know. I don't think so. I think you got to be patient here. Yeah. You have to be patient, dude. New York session is the new Asia, isn't it? The new Asia session? Asia is the new New York. It's cleaner. Going good so far? Green Day? I mean, if you're managing risk, you're doing well, man. I know a lot of people aren't doing well in the past couple months. I'm just chilling with MFTV. It's good. It's a good thing. Pretty good thing to do, honestly. Not biased at all. No, I love coming on this segment. It's awesome. If you guys enjoy the stream, if you guys enjoy me coming on the segment, throw a like on it. It's free to do. Helps support everybody here at the channel. There's a lot of work that goes on behind the scenes. You guys see our mods, see all the great streamers we have. I feel like I have less of a personality probably than guys like Pine. He's my favorite person to watch. Sometimes I feel like I get stuck in the boring price action because I'm not like a scalper and whatnot. But it's always a good time watching. Was good until yesterday when I got chopped out of everything. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, bro. It's been tough, man. It has not been easy. And if we zoom out, it's pretty, I mean, this was really tough. If you look at this range we were in here, this was exceptionally tough to trade. Very difficult. I think a vast majority of even like, highly profitable traders had issues. Any model, I think any model that doesn't focus on mean reversion. So trading, not towards extremes, but towards the midpoint of a range would struggle in here, right? You can see it's a very tight range that we had on this daily chart. This lasted like, almost 2 months from February all the way to March, end of March. So it's very, very tough, right? Remember, guys, I tell my students the same thing. It's sometimes easy to zoom in and focus extensively on this and say it's very hard to trade. Or even really, guys, like the past, where's this quarterly, this past 3 months, right? It's pretty choppy. The past year's been choppy, but there is times where the market does like this, right? This is way easier to trade. When you get trends, guys, you're going to find it way easier. And like a lot of you guys started trading after, this. You started trading, not during this, but maybe here in 2025. And this is a very different market condition to this, obviously, right? So look at this year. And now look at this year, right? Like this is a very, very different market condition, right? This is expansion. This is largely consolidation. So don't beat yourself up too much. Like you have to remember, you have to zoom out sometimes. I know a lot of you guys are new to trading, which is great. There's never been a better time, I think, to learn than in a tough market. Also, there's so much education and resources out there. A lot didn't exist when I started trading, to be honest. So it's cool, but it's not easy. The markets have been tough. So we have some winners running again. Also, if you guys use code YouTube, you guys can get a rapid plan for like, I think a 25K rapid plan is like $90. And like Pine was talking about, you can get a payout like the same day within the same 5 minutes. It's crazy. It's actually one of the best deals. Especially if you want those instant payouts. Like there's no hassle, right? I think the ability to get a payout in 3 days or 2 days is like pretty cool when you're starting. Again, the infrastructure around prop firms too, like MyFundedFutures is amazing these days compared to like back in the day. Can we get a mini lesson while price chops? What questions do you have? What are you curious about? What concepts are you struggling with? If you guys subscribe to my YouTube channel or my Twitter, you guys can see I post a lot of lessons about how I trade on there. some mini lessons. I have a lot of long form content as well. Like I have some hour-long lectures type of thing. So you can definitely learn a lot from there if you're interested in like the strategy that I trade. It might seem complex, but it's all quite mechanical. You know, there's rules for everything. Do you more so set limits or do you market execute? I will set a limit if I need the risk to reward to be, you know, optimized. So look at like the trade I took yesterday. I shorted the Dow Jones at around 10:30 a.m. yesterday. Here, I'll show you that setup. Where was it? Here. Okay, so yesterday you can see we had this little seek and destroy range. I posted a recap on my YouTube channel about this trade. So I just traded to this low. So this is my trade yesterday from the side of this low. And you can see there's times where you want to limit and there's times where you want to market. So as price formed this divergence in here, and I got in on the 2-minute chart. Okay. Because I was my change of state deliveries here. If you don't know what that means, again, go watch some of my content. Right here, I'm just going to take a market, right? Because we're closing the candle at the change of state delivery. So it's a great entry. Now, if we had closed the candle all the way down here, I would have to wait for some sort of gap or retracement, right? So if we had, you know, here's a good example. If I had not taken the entry there, but instead waited for this candle closure, I wouldn't enter down here particularly because the risk to reward here, it has to give me 2R to my low. So you see how this is 1.6 risk to reward. I would set a limit, right, at around 2R, which would be at the retest of that candle. So that's when I'd use a limit order as opposed to a market order, just for risk to reward purposes, okay? And that's pretty much simple as it gets. So when you have good risk to reward to your draw and liquidity with your entry function, you don't need to set limits. You can just take a market order. And when you need that limit to be set is typically when you want to optimize your risk to reward. So again, mechanical. You want to get 2 risk to reward on. I want to get 2 risk to reward on my trades. Yeah, this week market is closed on Friday, so we have NFP in the morning, and then market closed at 9:15. So I don't suggest trading on Friday the driver at 8:30 or whatever NFP. The market's closed. It's Good Friday. There's not going to be any banks open or anything like that. So it's going to be a shorter week. But I will be back here next Wednesday, of course, right? So you guys will get to enjoy a long weekend, which will be nice. Not often do we get long weekends. What are you guys going to do for the long weekend? Anyone? Can you do a daily breakdown, like when you come to the market, what you look for? I mean, yeah, you should. Dude, start with some of my YouTube content. You're going to see I look for the same things pretty much every day. I could do that on the stream here, but that'd probably take a little bit longer than the time I have if I do a full, comprehensive outlook. But if you go to my YouTube channel, there's a lot. Spring break for my kids. Were you guys going to do anything? Go anywhere? I'm going to Mexico for a few days. It'll be fun. I'm actually going for a month, but I'm going with my family for a few days. Chill weekend. It's really cold where I am. I'm in Canada. It's freezing here still, so we're going to get some sun. Question: how do you know when to wait for a higher time frame open? A great question. It's usually when I have to align an expansion candle with my idea. So like in this case, you can see this 4-hour candle supports expansion because of the small wick, right? However, if I would to go down into here, this hourly candle, right, does not support expansion because of this large wick, for example, right? So you wait for a new higher time frame open. And typically what you'll see is me align this with, 4-hour candles. So if I have large wicks in the direction of against the direction I want to trade, I'll wait for a new higher time frame open to trade that. Okay. So the candle has to support expansion. Or look at this. Like if I'm bullish, let's say I'm bullish out of this 1-hour gap. Because this candle has a large wick and is this is a delayed protraction. If you've studied my content, I'm going to wait for the next candle to open. So I'm going to wait for this candle to form our V shape, Wait for the open of this next candle right here. Find the V shape in here, which you'll be able to see like this. Zoom in. Okay, right. Wait for this V shape signature. Okay, once you see that V shape signature, wait for the opposing run in the next candle's open, and then trade a continuation, right? Something like that. Okay, that's a good idea because this large wick means that price is unlikely to close as an expansion candle through its open. As you can see, large wick candles typically close near their opening price. Okay, large wick candle near its opening price. Large wick candle closes near its opening price. Large wick candle closes near its opening price. And small wick, large body, large wick, small body. You guys get the gist, right? So that's typically when we wait for new higher time frame alignments. That's one way we use higher time frame opens. There's a couple ways we use them, but that's one way we use them. Can anyone pump the market? I'm entering a trade. I mean, I think you're getting a bit of an expansion now. You just see NASDAQ take out this 4-hour high, right? So this is one of our levels that we're watching. So we now don't have an inside bar at 10. We see 10 a.m. take out this high. Again, this candle in here doesn't really support a reversal, right? Lower, because it opens low. Do you see that? It opens here and it trades lower. So if we were to flip this candle, it would have really, really large wicks on either side, right? It look like this. Unlikely to do that, right? So we might look to trade a continuation here to previous week high. But again, it's very tough because I don't really have any key levels I'm keying off of. We're just trading away from failure swings, guys. So we're going to see if we fail to manipulate this high, meaning if we do not put in a reversal signature, maybe we'll see this asset, gain strength and catch up. But I would need to see now something like a gap, at the very least, right? Again, I would have loved to trade this idea on NASDAQ, specifically towards this high, had we had taken out all of these lows, okay? I don't know if the RTY took out these lows. It did down here, yeah. But YM is trading away from failure swings, right? Which is a bit unfortunate. Again, I want to see a more distinct manipulation of all of these lows because even though we have a gap, we have a nice sequence here, right? If we get that, we have a gap, 1030 opens into the gap and we form SMT, right? We form SMT with the previous candle's low, and it's going to be a swing low on the 50-minute chart. The issue with this, right? The issue here is that this is just a failure swing, okay? This is too close in proximity to this low, and then also these lows, okay? So not interested in trading that. But it's a nice look for NASDAQ. It did deliver the high. I mean, that's a part of the game too, right? Taking like seeing moves and not trading them because they don't figure edge. I'm pretty, if you guys look at the trades I do take, I post all my trades on my Twitter. I'm pretty picky but what I take. I'm okay with the missing moves I don't understand, right? Or can't get on side with because it doesn't fit my model. Realistically, you guys can see a big part of my model, a core component of my model is the idea of a 4-hour swing. Now look here. Since the daily candle opened, we just don't have a 4-hour swing. Right? It's RTY that gives us this swing here. Okay. So this asset was more permissible to trade today. right, in this new 4-hour open. And we do get that fill here, right? This would have been decent on RTY. I just don't often trade the RTY, to be completely frank. But this would have been, you know, not a terrible look. This is the only look that's mechanical for my model. Yeah, it would be right here. Right. That would be a trade I could take on, you know, the RTY. Just the issue with this is that I just don't like trading away. Like I don't even like, even though RTY forms that divergence down here, there is no strength switching into YM. Right? You can see, if you guys have studied my content, you're gonna know this is like a 2-stage SMT in the gap. Okay. So this is good to trade RTY, but then YM just puts in this really, really deep retracement. Like this candle comes very deep into the range. And because it does that, right, it's not ideal for me. It shouldn't retrace so deep into these failure swings. But there is a framework there for sure. If anyone caught RTY, that's a great look. Friday is a bank holiday, dude. Yeah. RTY gave a nice strength switch at the lows. I agree. Yes. RTY was a nice trade. I think I would have preferred to get involved in RTY near the reversal at around 9 a.m. like this. Yeah. Pretty high in the range here. I want to be trading to this external high, but it's a valid framework. Again, the issue with that is that once YM puts in this very deep retracement, like look at this. Look at if this is the reversal here, okay? YM puts an extremely deep retracement. This is like a deep discount, okay? It's very deep in the range. I don't know why my cursor looks terrible like that, but this is a very it's a deep retracement. Right here of this range. And because it's a deep retracement, it's just failure swings. Okay, look at the lower time frame. It's just failure swings. I don't like that. Okay, I don't like that sequence. Now it can deliver. It will deliver. I just won't take it. So now what I'm looking to see, guys, is if we fail to manipulate this high, meaning we do not reverse off this high, V-shape lower, CSDs, whatnot, I can look to trade this asset from a gap towards previous week high. I'm probably going to need a new higher time frame open, like 12. So I want to see, you know, the next candle open, form a wick inside this body, and then expand and break the highs. This will be at 12, right? This is probably what I'll end up trading today, if anything. If we don't get a reversal, right? If we don't get a reversal this high, I'll probably trade something that looks like this, and it'll be from a gap. Right? Maybe we'll print a gap in here. So the next 30-minute candle from 11 to 11:30 might be an inside bar. We'll print a gap in between the first and third candle. And then what we'll do is we'll trade into this gap like this. And then we'll expand, you know, at 12 p.m. with this new 6-hour candle as well that I talked about, right? So look here. Right, there might be a new 6-hour candle that forms, right? Because this candle clearly is not trading into these lows down here. So it becomes we have a new invalidation, right? But we have to see. We have to see if price is going to manipulate the highs or not. Again, this is not really looking like a manipulation signature of the highs. You can see a very bullish close through the high. So it's much more likely that we see these assets trade higher. And at this point, right, look at the 4-hour chart. I wouldn't be able to flip this 10 a.m. candle all the way back down. This would be too large of a wick on either side. The wick on the top, look at that. And this will probably be here. I don't want to trade a candle that looks like this. I mean, look at this thing. This is an expansion candle, right? Open, low, high. It's expanding away from the open. So we're going to look to trade YM as a lagging asset, but I just need a framework. So I'm really not interested in these lows anymore, realistically. I'm interested in trading towards this previous week high on YM, right? But we'll see. I may need a gap on the 30-minute chart or something, right? Again, look at this is pretty much all consecutive up close candles here. It's really choppy the way it delivers. Look at the lower time frame. This is not something clean I can get behind. So I need to see something like a retracement into a gap and then expansion. And the gap will form, you know, in the next candle. It'll form right here, like in between these candles. If we form this gap that looks like this, then what I can do is I can trade, you know, this asset from the gap to the high. Right? So 11 to 1130. It's going to form the gap, maybe 1130 to 12 retraces, and then we expand. Right? You got to make sure you're trading your model. This is good. These are types of days where it requires patience. Did anyone capture longs there? Did anyone get involved in that move? Fees, I joined late. Did you consider today's PA as consolidation? What was your bias? I'm like quite bullish on the higher time frame. I just wanted to see a 4-hour swing. Well, I wanted to engage off the lows from a 4-hour swing formation, which I didn't get. So now I'm looking to trade the invalidation. So look at this. This 6-hour candle, which is from 6 to 12, retraces and then expands. Now I don't want us to flip the daily range now and come all the way back down to the lows. So I'm no longer looking at these lows, okay? Which I was earlier. I'm now looking to trade this lagging asset here, which is closest to the previous week high. Okay? From a gap higher. So I'm looking to essentially fade these lows from a gap that's created in the market at 12 p.m. So this new 90-minute candle will be paired with a new 6-hour candle. So look, we're going to have 12 p.m. open here. I want to see 12 p.m. do this. Open into the previous candle's range. In the upper half, there's going to be a gap. That gap, which we just said, is going to be on the 30-minute chart. It's going to be right here. And I can trade from the open, right? Creating that low. And then creating that body expansion higher. That's the idea, okay? That's what we want to see eventually form. Now, we'll see if that actually does form, but that's what I'm waiting for now. I'm fading these lows now. This would be like we should not. So we want to stay in respect of this range then, right? And if we reverse at this high and we start to, you know, we don't create a gap. Say we don't create a gap if we create a gap. So one, if we create this gap, right? That's statement one. Then we should not come back here, right? So if price does like this and just like knifes through, so this candle has to close in 30 minutes, right? We're going to see if we create the gap. If not, then we could trade back into the lows, but I'm going to see where the new 6-hour candle opens in relation to this low here and this high. Yeah. I'm looking to trade a continuation though, ideally in the next candle higher. Okay. So now I have my invalidation set. All is good. I just wait. I got to wait now till 12, right? And we got to see if we create this gap. It could be varying sizes, right? It depends. Because look, if this candle reverses here, then, you know, the wicks might overlap or something and there won't be a gap, right? There has to be some sort of fair value gap in here to show displacement. So that's the idea, right? If we create a gap of some size, right, and we don't reverse here, then. Now we also could just reverse, right, off the highs and just start trading towards the lows. But again, look how close ES is to the high. I'm not going to trade away from that failure swing, right? So we're just going to wait. Hopefully hopefully you guys can see, right? It's all like a logic that goes step by step. Do you think we're gonna finish the higher time frame? I think we're quite bullish, at least to, you know, some sort of retracement. So look at the higher time frame here. The quarterly chart's interesting, okay? So we open up this new quarterly candle. I talked about this in my stream this morning in my Discord, but we had this C2 closure from this imbalance on the 3-month chart paired with SMT, and now we're seeing a V shape at the lows, like a daily V shape at the lows. So we're having expansion with expansion. I'm looking now to retrace 50% of that range, which looks like this. Okay, so I want to see price come into there. This would be that quarterly EQ. Okay, that's kind of the logic. So that's kind of like my higher time frame draw, right? To see if price wants to expand, you know, via weekly expansion candles back into the range, at least into there, at least, right? And then we'll see what happens at that point. But that means my daily bias is also quite bullish, right? Until then. So this is like that one, this is the first piece of logic. If we do that, then this is true. And that's what I'm going to be framing, you know, a continuation for in this daily candle. Remember, if we don't create this gap, then we might come back into these lows. If we do create this gap, we should not come back into here, right? We're expanding away from the lows and we'll have some sort of, this becomes an invalidation, this gap. I don't think NASDAQ will hit these highs, guys, before we get a retracement. We're not going to come into these highs. Like, we're not going to go like this before we form some sort of retracement. So it becomes a really good invalidation. My dog got one of my socks. Sorry, my dog has gotten into my socks. Let me let this guy outside for a little run so he doesn't destroy my whole house. All right, new form dropped. Let's see. Yo, can I fill these out? Can I fill these out to get a free count? Let's see who wins. Wish me luck this time. We'll be sick of a fees one. No, you guys should win. I don't need to win the account. You guys are the one showing up to the segment. What's the hat I'm wearing? I don't actually know. Let me see. This is a St. Thomas, U.S. Virgin Islands hat. I went when I was like 10 years old, my family. U.S. Virgin Islands. Nice weather. I wouldn't feel any sort of like fear of missing out, guys, from a move like this. It's kind of just a slow grind, right? We're just like, if you look at the lower time frames, it's really just like slow grinding up here. This is hard to trade, especially when we had this big move on open. That was kind of like, we spent the majority of the time just like chopping in here. A lot of people probably lost in this range, right? I don't like to trade signatures for reversal that look like this, guys. Look, that is not a good reversal signature to me, right? So I wouldn't feel too much fear of missing out or anything like that. If you look, we just have all these like failure swings we're trading away from. It's all failure swings, right? Look at this. Like this is very hard to trade away from long. So I wouldn't feel bad at all. It's always a good reminder, like some moves you're just not going to be a part of. And it's better to wait for those moves and then, you know, react to what the market shows you as opposed to trying to predict what it will do, right? Fees, after hitting a key level, how do you determine if price is failing to manipulate? Exactly what we just talked about, right? Like if there's no V-shaped signature paired with a crack and correlate, realistically it's mechanical, right? We're gonna have crack and correlation. If it's a true reversal, there'll be two-stage. Again, if that doesn't make sense, just go look at my YouTube. I have a complete video on this. And then we're gonna look for that lower time frame reversal signature. There's expansion met with expansion, right? Which looks like a V shape. Okay. Clearly here, we are not expanding into the high and expanding away from it. We are consolidating at the moment, right? All right, look at what reversals look like. Okay. Even the short I took yesterday. Look at the short I took yesterday. From the high, look at the V shape. Okay. From the low, the V shape. Again, key level, crack and correlation, V shape, right? All that good stuff. The stuff I've taught you. Also, the most important thing is also the draw on liquidity, right? We need to have a good draw on liquidity. Where would you target if you longed RTY and why? I would be targeting the same draw as YM, which would be that previous week high. But it's quite a bit farther away from this previous week high. So I'd probably be targeting this high up here. Like I'd be targeting the same levels, but I'd prefer to take it on YM. YM is a much better draw. YM is a much closer proximity to its draw. YM is the better asset to get to previous week high today. If you look at the daily chart, YM can actually get up to this high today. It's unreasonable to expect NASDAQ to get up to this high today, or the S&P. It's not going to happen. We are not going to go like this. I can almost guarantee you NASDAQ will not expand into this high today. That would be far outside the expectancy of the average true range of a candle. Like a 4% candle is not expected, but we can right, get this 1.5% candle, right? We can move, you know, a couple hundred points more off of our current high to this previous week high. So this asset is the best asset to be looking for longs, in my opinion. But NASDAQ has some nice draws up here, right? Like failure swings, like these NASDAQ can get to for sure. These highs up here. So I'm just going to wait, guys. We're going to create this gap, hopefully, and then we're going to get a retracement in the new look. I'm aligning it with all my new higher time frame opens. Look at this candle. Do you guys think I want to be longing the upper half? Look how deep we are in this like premium of this candle. Do I want to long a candle up in here? What's the next candle likely to do? Open, low, high, close. That means I'm going to be longing where it's likely to start retracing, right? Or the next candle is going to open and retrace. So this 6-hour candle at 12, right, is going to form that wick. Then we're going to expand. And I know where we can form the wick. I have an invalidation. It's the gap. So I just got to wait. It's just patience, right? Like most of trading, guys, is just being patient. It's knowing what your edge is and then doing nothing in between the times where your edge appears and where it doesn't. And that's the hardest part. It's really hard. I know it's not always like sexy and fun, and it's not supposed to be sexy and fun. When I first started trading, it was like sexy and fun, but I also was losing money. Nowadays, it's more boring and, you know, monotonous. You do the same thing every day, and you kind of just live with the results of that. But that's what a job is, right? If you think about it, that's what a job is. It's not like I love trading, don't get me wrong, and I love to teach, and I love coming on this segment, and I really enjoy like how awesome the trading community is in a lot of ways. But at the same time, like trading is a little bit boring too, right? And that's just the truth of the matter. I used to be sexy and fun, and then I found trading. Oh, don't say that. No, but I hope you know what I mean, right? Like, there really is like solace in just the boringness sometimes, or the routine of it. It's supposed to feel that way. When you're doing it at a high level, it will feel that way, I promise. Right? I'm still like super excited every single day to get up, to interact with my students, community, you guys on social media and YouTube. It's awesome. I love it. But I have the best job in the world. I get to like teach what I really love to do for a living, which is like awesome. And I get to trade, which I love to do. But it doesn't mean that it's, super exciting all the time. And that's something I had to make a distinction of in my own mind, right? Because usually when you feel excessively emotional about anything, good or bad or anything, it opens the floodgate to big losses typically, right? Like you get overconfident, or you get, really upset because of the outcome of trades. That's why I like mechanical systems, guys, because like mechanical systems tell you when to hit, split, and double. For lack of a better, analogy, a mechanical system tells you when to get into a trade, when to get out of a trade, and when to do nothing, right? And in this case, look at like the logic here. It's mechanical, right? If we do this, then we should not do that. If we do this, then I'm looking for this. How am I going to qualify this? I'm going to look for something that I look for every time. I'm going to look for an SMT, or crack and correlation sequence, right? And I'm going to look for a V-shape reversal signature. And I'm going to be trading on the swing formation. Right, there you go. It's all mechanical, right? These are rules. These are the rules I'm going to look for inside the gap, if we even create the gap. So it becomes like much, much less stressful, because it's just a checklist, right? If that, then this. And I mean, guys, if you go look at like my trades, like go look at my Twitter, every single trade I take is the exact same framework. I've never done anything different. Watch my recaps here. I just commented in the chat, right? Watch my recaps. You'll see all my trades are the exact same thing. Like we're just doing the same thing again and again and again. Nothing changes. So it's you get consistency, right? And it gets a bit boring, but it also becomes more like a job. Whereas when I used to trade, it was like highly emotional, because I'd see a move like this, guys, and my heart rate would be like through the roof. I'd be like, why didn't I get involved in that? And it takes a lot of maturity as a trader to recognize that sometimes you'll never be able to justify this move. And that's okay. And they're going to see other people who will take this move. And that's also okay, because their model might get them into this move. It might not get them into this move, but it will get them into this move. And likewise, their model might give them a loss in here where you would have taken no trade. Their model might give them a win, where you took a loss. It's a part of trading, guys. Everyone has an approach to the market. You just have to stick to your approach. If you don't stick to your approach, that's where like the mistakes happen, because realistically, you guys don't get upset. And I never got upset from losing trades. I really was more upset from losing discipline, because I'd feel like if I broke one rule, I may as well just break all of them. It's a slippery slope, right? And what I tell my students is like, do you remember the last time you blew up an account where you only did one thing wrong? Do you remember that? Or is it more likely that you did many things wrong and you spiraled, right? It started with oversizing, maybe. Or it started with trading outside of your model. Then it went into revenge trading, right? Then it went into lower time frames. Then it went into, over leveraging, whatever. It's always like a spiral, right? It never just like I messed up, I took my loss, and I'm done for the day. It's a spiral that actually, right, gets much worse. Like it's actually exponential. So you'll end up doing things. Your equity curve will look like this. you do the right thing, you do maybe one mistake, you do the right thing, you do the right thing, you're building, and then you have one day where you break your rules. That one day looks like that, because this is the point you should have stopped right here. But most people don't do that. They continue to add to this and they spiral, and it increases, right? If you're building your equity curve like this, slowly, consistently, this is not fun. This is not sexy. This is boring. But in the one day you like trade for that dopamine, it usually results in that. I mean, if you look at the data, this is, the vast majority of funded accounts. It's like you do amazing for 10 days or 5 days, maybe. These days, more like 5 days. And then on day 6, that's the one day you lose. And it's really because of these things, guys. And I mean, I've worked with hundreds of traders for the past 2 years. I've been teaching, right? I'm an educator. But I see the same things in a lot of students. And it's those things. It's really those things that continue to cause great traders and great analysts to have mediocre results, or just straight up bad results. Right. What do you think about gold today? Okay, let's look at this a little bit more mechanically from the top down. So again, this is a continuation day in the market, but we've traded into the previous week high. So I'm looking to see if we're manipulating this high, which we're not. Look at the daily open, 1800. I'm looking to frame some sort of 4-hour swing formation. You can see here we have some really large divergence forming, okay? So look at the lows in here. We have this gap where silver creates its low of day. Now, this is a London reversal. You can see in here, we have this Asia protraction, right? London reversal in here. Now, what we want to do is I'm going to be trading typically around the 6 a.m. candle and the 10 a.m. candles. So I need to identify where my draw on liquidity is. This is very nice, actually. It's not bad. So you can see in here, there's nothing really for me to target looking left, guys. I'm looking at the current daily range. So I'm seeing that gold has taken out this high and we're failing to manipulate. So silver can catch up and break this high. So I'd be trading silver as a lagging asset because there's nothing really for me to target here. Like, I don't really want to trade into the abyss. I don't really see anything to trade into here. It's just the abyss, right? I like the current daily range here. So now I want to look for some sort of sequence in here. And so we're failing to manipulate that high. Now my emphasis for 6 a.m. switches to silver. I'm looking for some sort of cracking correlation. At 9 a.m., we have this gap. We trade into this gap here, okay? Now I'm looking to see if we form any SMTs. We have these relative equal lows, okay? So because we have these, maybe, let me look at, gold euro takes it out. Yep, there it is. So we get SMT with the gold euro. There we go. Let's see if we get silver. Yep. And then we have this 2-stage. It looks like this in the gap between silver. Oh, this is very nice. So we have a 2-stage PSP in the gap with a silver cross, XAG euro. So what we're looking for is to trade silver futures right here. Right. At what time? 10. Oh, this is clean. This is really clean. This is super clean. Okay. I'd take this. So wait for that 2-stage to form. Take the V shape, dude. Oh, yeah. Very, very nice. So in here, you want to find the V shape and you want to get involved in the lower half of this range. Okay. And your first target just wants to be that daily open because we have a large wick. So you want to get involved below the daily open and below 50% of this range. So you're just going to take this signature in here. Notice how we don't sysd here. We create that new invalidation right there. We have a gap, long the gap. Put your stop loss at the low. Put it at this low and target the high. You get just around 2R. I would take that trade in a heartbeat. I might actually demand the retest for RR just because to the high is about 1.8 R. If I want to cover the true low, I might just demand the retest like this, or anywhere that gives me 2 R, like there. Okay, really nice trade. This is a really good one on silver, between XAG, which is just a euro and silver, and this is the silver futures. And you'd be trading to break this high that gold already did. You can see gold already. You don't want to. I don't trade gold here higher, guys. There is nothing for me to trade gold higher here. It's just into the abyss. There's just no sequence that gets me to a relevant swing. Look, where's the next relevant swing? All the way up here. We're not getting here, guys. Like, it's, again, the daily candle is not getting here, right? It's not even getting here, but silver can most definitely get to its current high of day. So that's what I would trade. Yeah, hope that answers the question about gold. I think gold, silver looked really good, really good. I wasn't looking at it at all. I also can't trade, to be completely frank, I can't trade silver on a lot of the prop firms I trade. But you can, I believe, on MyFundedFutures, and it's a great trade. I would not require a strength switch because gold here, gold here can also trade into its current high of day. So you can see we're retracing on all assets. So gold can trade into that current high of day as well. And we actually are getting a strength switch here with the SMT in the gap. So see how you have a gap here? Look at this gap that we're printing. We actually do have a strength switch. My apologies. We don't have a gap here on gold, right? There's no gap. This asset here prints displacement, and then we form this two-stage PSP with XAG euro. But the gap here is the strength switch, right? Look at 6 a.m. This 4-hour candle is expanding to catch up to these highs, which is creating imbalance, right? So that is a strength switch right there. Make sense? The gap itself is a strength switch. It's displacing in that new 4-hour candle to catch up to the high. Okay, guys, I have about 2 minutes before the next segment comes on. Yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed my segment. I hope you guys can see my analysis here and what I'm looking for. I'll post any trades I take on my Twitter. Feel free to follow me on there if you want. Give us a like, guys. It really helps us out. 30 people watching, throw a like to our channel. The next streamers are also going to appreciate that. And I will see you guys all next Wednesday. All right. Peace. Have a good one.
Good morning. What up?
What's up, guys? How'd everyone's day go? Did everybody survive the whipsaw action we were having this morning?
Yeah, we all survived. I'm long.
Are you already long?
Yeah, I'm taking a little scalp long here.
I wasn't sure. I mean, I'm thinking I was kind of interested in a short if we can get back below that pivot there or back into that 4-hour candle. That's kind of what I was looking for. I didn't know if we needed that 50% pullback of that previous 4-hour candle.
Yeah, we could get that. I don't mind it. I'm just going to take a stab long here. If I get stopped, I get stopped. No big deal.
How'd the fundeds do this morning? Did you catch that big candle to the top side, or did you get in early for the reversal that it gets you on that one? I didn't.
Yeah, I was green on the funded. We
okay.
We took just the opening range trade. It weirdly enough, I don't know, it was weird. I traded gold last night on most of them, but we took the opening range trade this morning, and somehow I got tagged into a short. I guess I couldn't complain about it because the short actually would have it was supposed to be long, and the long would have failed, but so some weird action there. But yeah.
We're breaking the Sabo box, man. We're breaking the Sabo box.
Yeah, I'm thinking this is just a little grab lower, but it
I know
it's probably going to stop me. It's okay. That's all right. But yeah, I got kind of I just took that I tried to take the opening range play, and it failed, but because somehow the copy trader messed up, it tagged me in a short. I was only taking it on 2 fundeds, though. All the other fundeds were traded overnight. So traded overnight.
Yeah, I think my best trade today was the funded trade because we took the re-breakout. So when it pulled back into that 15 minutes and when it broke back out, we're actually up almost 90 points on the trade, but I was trailing it because I thought we would at least get through those 200s this morning. And we pretty much just pulled back and got stopped out for the 60 points. But the good news is I almost got to my next payout, man. We needed one more winning trade. So hopefully tomorrow morning we can make that $100 that we need for our payout.
Nice. Let's go.
So
nice job. Today we'll be in the same range, Tris. Yeah, probably. I'll probably take a couple of more stabs long. We'll see here if we can't get it going. If you guys haven't already hit the like button, I don't know where we're at on it. Close to 300. Close to 300 likes.
Let's see. See the likes. Yeah, we're at 277. So we still need about 30 more likes.
I'm going to take another stab long here. This time we're going to go for a little bit bigger a move. See if we can't get back through the high. I was probably just a little early to that, to be honest. I kind of forgot we were coming into that 11:30 close. So I really didn't think about that, but we'll see. I'll go stop to break even on this back above 72.50.
So this price action today is usually the hardest price action for me to trade because we don't get the follow through. And that's, that if you don't get the follow through, your runners are just getting smashed every single trade. And that was what was happening to me today. I think I'm up $57 and $18 on the evals today. Like every single trade was just getting smashed on the runners.
Yeah, 100%. I didn't really have any runners. I just been trying to go for like 10, 15 points, nothing crazy.
10, 15 points.
Yeah, a little base hit. Why not? A little base hit. Good morning, Cord. So we're longing very high here. Let's be honest. But ultimately, ES has not ran that data wick yet. It's sitting up there at 66.42. As long as if ES can get above 38 here, I think we go quickly. But if it holds below it, we probably push back down. So we'll see what happens.
I want to see about the 100-point move back to the downside if I had to pick a direction. It seems like everything today on the upside has just been so grindy that it's been making it very difficult to long today. The longs have been very difficult to do today. Besides that first initial trade, that was it. The rest of the day has been horrible as far as trying to get those breakouts. No clean 5-minute candles, all small bodies, big wicks.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I think most of my trades have been long. I think I've taken 1 or 2 shorts that have paid, just trying to pick spots, that kind of thing. So that's all we've been trying to do.
Are you still just scalping for your 10 points on your 25K?
In general, yeah. But on this trade, I'm going to go for that 298 level. Okay. So we'll see if we can't get a push through the high of day into 298. Because, again, I think if ES breaks 38 here, it runs to 42, which puts us into that 300 level. So that's kind of the idea. I think we can squeeze up here, potentially. So we do have Trump speaking tonight at 9 o'clock. He's going to have some news for us, I guess, at 9 p.m. Eastern. Should be kind of interesting. So,
yeah, that ought to make gold pretty interesting tonight. So be careful if if you've been doing that gold setup.
We'll trade gold early and then probably leave it alone later in the evening. No messing around.
It's probably only going to be good for that first setup at the opening. Then the rest of the night is just going to be clinching no.
Yeah, I'll go 1 or 2 gold trades and then we'll see from there kind of what we get. So finally starting to move up here. Again, the key here is going to be if the ES can get above 38. So there we go. Finally starting to push. ES is at the 38 here. So I'm going to make a decision here. If ES does not show strength through the 38, I may just kill this. So let's take a little.
I have noticed most of the breakouts have been coming at around the 12 o'clock hour most days, like that 12 to 12:15. It seemed like the last couple of days this week, that's when we've been getting those big breakouts. And it seemed like yesterday, I don't know how many of you guys caught that big pump to the upside. As soon as we broke that previous day high, it just rocket shipped.
Yeah, I didn't catch it. I'm going to go ahead and take that there for my 30 bucks. Still down 35, but I do think it still goes. I didn't catch it. As soon as we got off the stream yesterday, it just ripped. It just ripped up. So
I know I called Myth. I was like, dude, are you not in? He's like, be careful. It'll wreck you. But I think every single trade was a winner though. So it was like instant. As soon as you entered, it was like 20, 25, 30 points, like instant.
We'll see what happens here. I mean, if ES 38, I may jump in for another 10-point scalp here.
I'm going to wait and see what happens with the whole number. You know me, I'm not a fan of trading into the whole number. And plus we're pulling back at the top of that range here at the 290s.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. I just know if ES breaks 38, we're going to move quickly here. So I could have held that long. I could have just went break even, but I kind of wanted to just take a few bucks.
Yeah, I would need it to break the 300, kind of push up to the 310, then have like a little pullback back into the top of the consolidation zone. That would be the kind of long I would need to look for, then kind of target the 25s up there.
All right, I'm going to break even here. I want to see it expand now. If it doesn't, yeah, I'm okay with getting stopped there. It pushed right into the 90. ES did get above the 38 there. It did not run the high though, I don't believe. Yeah, 42 is still the high. It double topped there, so it could pull back here, so got to be careful. I do ultimately think it probably goes. We run that 300 level. That could be a spot where we could pick up some we could pick up maybe some short points up there near 300. So
I haven't really looked up there to see what's up there. What kind of resistance? I don't know how far we would have to go back and find. Well, yeah, that's also kind of sitting at the previous day low from March 26 is at the 290s. So I can see why we're rejecting those 90s this way.
You can see ES double top there. Double top. Didn't run it. I'm still looking to maybe take a very aggressive stab long.
Yeah, the 90 level, guys, if you go back to March 26, that's the previous day low. Not the high, previous day low. Yeah, previous day low.
All right, I'm going to stab one more time here. Last try. Last try. I don't like it. I think I may end up closing this. If ES doesn't get back above 38, I'm just going to kill it. I'm not even going to give it the 20 points.
I think if it pulls back and if you can get the 62 area to hold, I think we still continue higher. You just need to see 62 kind of hold.
Let's see if ES is right there at 38, but if it doesn't, it just starts to dip here. I'm going to close this. I need it to hold it and go. So it's kind of using the ES here to kind of structure this trade a little bit. Again, this is very aggressive. I want to make that clear.
Yeah, no
this
kidding.
Is very aggressive. Very dangerous.
Also, what makes it dangerous is you're trading in at the top of the range that we've been trading into. So you would almost anticipate for us to pull back into the range.
Yeah, you're also trying to chase a high that everybody else is probably chasing, and the market makers know if they dump it here, they're going to wreck a lot of people. So that's kind of the idea.
Man, I was in that short here at 1040 this morning, and that freaking 100-point candle just wrecked my stop loss. Like, I was already in profit. We were already in profit like 30 points. I thought we were going to be tracing that previous hourly candle. And man, it just ripped 100 points back up. And I'm not even sure where that came from. Like, it was just out of nowhere.
Yeah, I have no clue. That's what happens. That's what happens in the Trump market. I'm tempted to take this off, but ES is right there holding the 38. It's going to pop through there, but it may not do it right now. All right, let's see.
Still early. All right, here comes that 62 retest.
I'm going to get out there, save a few bucks.
Yeah, I don't blame you there. Like I said, I almost feel like we need to go back and retest the bottom of the range before we move back up higher.
I don't think we're going to be moving back down very much.
The reason why we're having a hard time getting up to that 300 is if you go back to March 26th, that's a previous day low sitting there at the 290s. So that's kind of what the market's kind of pounding into.
So let's see here. I'm going to end up chasing it again. I chase it again. You know what's going to happen? You end up making no money.
I'm trying to wait for us to get out of the Sabo box here, but we're on the struggle bus. I thought that we were going to get the break there since we manipulated the bottom of the box, but now we're just kind of stuck back in it. Sabo's got us locked down, guys. We just cannot move.
I think ultimately we do move higher, but it's just tricky to try to find a spot to, you'd have to almost just trust it and continue to hold. So we'll see kind of what happens there. We got to have a stop down. That's still 40 points lower though. It's crazy.
What's the,
oh, go ahead.
I was saying, what's been the average size? I know last time I heard you say it was like in the 30s still. So we were still having like massive candles still.
No, ATR is 20 right now.
Okay. Well, that's not too bad because that's about where my stop loss is. 20 points.
Yes, back to the 38 again. Like I said, it's going to go. It's just probably going to go without me.
Now, is that 38? Is that the squeeze area for the ES?
It's one of them. It's a major area. So,
okay.
All right. Well, we're going to try it one more time. Why not?
All right. Methodical man's going to try the long again.
Funny thing is, stop wouldn't even have gotten hit on that last one. But that's okay if it does. That's kind of what it does, right? It wants to manipulate around a little bit and then end up taking your money and then just go without you.
Yeah, we've been getting some pretty tough price action for this first, 15 to 20 minutes of the 11:30 hour recently. A lot of consolidation.
I'm going to take one. I just went 2 here. I'm going to take one off at 10 and see if we can get the squeeze up there. But also going to probably not give it a lot of room.
Like I said, guys, I'm kind of looking for us to break above the 300 and then just kind of get a pull back into the 90s. Then as we break back above the 300s, that's kind of the entry I want to get. And this way, or either that or we retest the our consolidation zone here and use that as your support. All right.
I'm going to trail this up pretty hard here. I want to see it just expand above that high right into the 98 level. All right, there we go. Take it off right there. Didn't quite get to the 98, but it got close.
95.
And ES is pushing up there, about to run the 42 here. It's got the look in its eye. It's got the look in its eye like it's going to do it. Holding up there at the 41.
Oh, dead's long.
Hit the 90. What do we go? 96 there? 95.
We're almost on the top of the consolidation zone here. So you would think that this next push would get you up there.
I think this could be a decent little retracement zone, but I don't know if I've got the nerve to try short. So ES sweeping the high there, 42. 300 level here. You could maybe grab some points off this level if you wanted to. 310, 315, but man, so scary. So bullish here. So bullish. If it got back below 290, I think that that could be an opportunity to maybe short back into the 75 area, but I don't know. You could put your stop up there.
I think as long as 90 holds, we should still be good for the push here. And that'll be kind of retesting that previous day low.
Yeah. I'm just waiting to see. There we go. Getting kind of the pullback. Could stab here for maybe 10 points with a 10-point stop. I don't think it's terrible. We are super bullish after all. Decent reaction off the 42 there on the ES, though.
Yeah, this is the area you need to hold here for us to continue higher. You don't really want to break back below that previous day low. I want to see it start pushing back above 300.
I'm going to short here. Look for 10 points. I'm going to go stop to break even pretty quickly. At like 85, I'll go stop to break even right now. There we go.
Nice.
So back to break even on the day, down $4 after taking that initial loss. Little scalp short. That's right, Donna. Little scalp short. I mean, ES did take forever to get above that 38. So I don't, I think as long as it holds 38 there, we're going to continue higher. But I don't mind taking a little scalp here or there. So we kind of been slinging around some Connies so far today. So
yeah, no kidding.
Slinging around a few trades to get nowhere, but that's all right. Sometimes you got to do that. So down $4. I don't really know what the ES has for the upside. You're looking to take a long?
Yeah, I'm gonna take the long right below the 300 since this will be the second push. Kind of keep a short type stop loss on it too. Probably won't risk the whole 20 points because I really want to see the 90 holds here. So the 90 to 85 area will have to hold. If not, we'll close it because I don't want to sit through a bunch of drawdown because we could easily get a pullback 30, 40 points here.
Yeah, if you see ES back above 42 here, I think you got a good squeeze opportunity, but it might.
So,
yeah, it might
80,
pull back.
Yeah, 85 will be my line in the sand here. So we're only going to risk about 10 points on this.
I don't hate it. You got the 9 EMA down there at the 82.
Well, that was what we bounced off a while ago, but we also have our next one down at the 70.
I got a pivot point at 72 as well. So I think if you see ES above 42, you get a little squeeze up into that 47. I don't want to say quickly because the ATR is dropping and it's just not the time of day where we're going to move very quickly. Got to display a little patience, but I do like the pushback into the 310s above 300 here. That's always a good spot. It's always a good spot.
The worst is whenever you're in your trade and you're about to get a new 5-minute candle. So that's going to be kind of iffy here. 30 seconds.
It's also kind of coming into the macro. So if we are going to continue higher, should get a little bit of a pop here. I like the run back into the 310. This is actually used to be the only trade I would take, guys. I would wait for a push above the whole number, 310, 315, a pullback into 290. As soon as it crossed back over the whole number again, I would long for 10 points. That used to be my strategy every single time. And it worked really, really well.
Yeah,
it worked really well.
Evals.
Yeah, I used to get, you would get 10 points pretty consistent. Winners are present. Let's go. I didn't even see the winners. Congratulations, guys. Let me scroll back up so we can call you guys out. Scythe AF, Alice, The Real Donald, LHT Trades, Deuce Leveraged. Congratulations, guys. Congratulations. Also, remember, guys, $77 for the 25K Flex plan. Use code YouTube.
Congrats on the winners, guys.
So we pulled back there, kind of tested that 9 EMA again at 84.
Yeah, we're still retesting at 85. That 85, like I said, is where my stop loss is.
I got the ES still hanging out there at the 40 to 42 area. If it can kind of squeeze, you know.
But we could get that pull back to the 70, and I would just re-enter off the 70 and just look for a bigger move to the top side.
I mean, this is just a buy the dip type day so far. Eventually, this is what you got to be careful with, because like eventually you could just take the elevator down, right?
Yep.
And that's the problem. Like it's buy the dip, buy the dip, buy the dip, and then eventually the elevator down just comes, and it's just out of nowhere. But may not get that today. We might just be in a trend day where we just kind of grind higher, buy the dips, put your stop where it needs to be, play it safe.
Like I said, the longs have been super tough. This is what the longs have been like all morning long. Like you're just not getting the clean follow through. It's just constantly pushing up 5 or 6 points, pulling back, 5 or 6 points, pulling back, or 30 points.
Spinna still thinking a huge dump is incoming. It might. Listen, if you got to think about it, like if Trump's going to be speaking later, they may run it up, pull it back down, and then that way he can run it up when he speaks, right? Depending upon what he says. Some people are predicting a 400 or 500 point move when he speaks later on this evening. We'll see. I'm not sure. So, bear trader in the house. What up? So we'll kind of see what happens here. This is just grindy. This is one of those trades where you got to trust it. You got to just trust it and stay with it. So ES moving above 42, which is a really good sign here. I think if we breach 300 here, you're going to get that quick spike into 310. That'll get Husk to his target there, in my opinion. So you want to see ES kind of get above 42 and hold it. So far, just wicking above 42, not necessarily closing above there. But it probably is going to come. What are you in over there? 3 micros or 2?
Oh, just 3.
He said just 3, like 3.
Well, the goal was only to risk about 10 points, so $60. That's why I said 85 was my target to close. So basically, if we start losing this previous candle that we're stuck in, then look for the 70 pullback. We still may need that 70 pullback. I mean, we're still struggling to push through the whole number here.
Yeah, ES is unable to get through 42 right now. But we'll kind of see what happens. Still holding below that kind of 298 level. Here's the thing. There is hourly, there's hourly wicks right here. So like it's not outside the realm, the possibility to think there could be a pullback. But you know, the way the history shows, at least for today, that it'll probably continue to push here. ES breaking out there. There we go. Breaking out.
We're going to at least lock in 40 just in case, because it could hit that 10 and come back to the 90 here.
Yeah, 100%. It could also expand. ES next major level up right there at 47. We're in a really tiny hourly gap as well. Really tiny bearish hourly gap. What is that gap? The bottom of that gap, though, it's not that very high. It's like 320.
We're targeting 325 up there, guys. 325.
Squeezing there, got up to the 300s. Let's see kind of how it reacts now. You want to see that 42 hold on the ES now. If you guys haven't already, hit the subscribe button, like the stream, subscribe on Husk's channel as well, my channel as well. Follow us on Twitter, X. Also follow MyFundedFutures on X. Join the Discord. All the things. All the things.
Just trying to push. New candle may get us. Got to be eerie of these new 5-minute candles, man. They can just rip your heart out.
Dew said shorts at 307. I mean, I don't hate it. I might give a little stab at a short a little higher than that. Maybe once ES kind of hits that 47, I might try a little short there.
If we can break the 10s, I'm gonna move my take profit up to 04. That way you can at least lock in another $20.
Yeah, I think 320s are probably on deck here. 320 is probably our decent spot. Again, that's kind of the bottom of that hourly candle that we're approaching. It's not really anything right here showing bearishness, you know. But that doesn't mean we won't stab short, because we might. We might stab short. There we go. A little expansion right there up into the 320.
Give me the 25.
ES pushing right through the 47 level there.
Woo! Butter on the 25, guys. 30 point. Put her away. Put her away.
ES pushing up 66.48 here. If it pushes back below the 47, I'll probably short. Take a little stab short. Why not?
All right, we're going to switch over to the 50K flex and see if we can get a trade on that. I'm almost over. What we need about another $100 to breach the $1,000 mark on our 50K. So we've been having some pretty good luck on the 50K lately too.
Just kind of watching the ES here. I'm not going to take the trade on the ES, but I probably could.
So this is kind of like we talk about the whole numbers. So a lot of times if we hit the 25, you anticipate a pullback into the teens or even down to the 300s. That's something y'all probably seen Methodical Man trade in the past off the whole numbers.
Thinking about a really quick stab short, but maybe not. I mean, again, I think the ultimate draw on liquidity is up there at 408, guys. 368, I guess I could try that up there. That's a previous day close that's not been tapped yet. We could try a short there. I may even go a little bigger size up there at 368 because I can use 10-point stop and a 10-point take profit. I could probably go 5 micros. We'll see.
So what was the 68 level?
It's a previous day close from last week. If it's left on my chart, then it means that it's not been hit yet.
Okay.
So there's a previous day close level up there from about a week ago. I don't know exactly what day, but yeah.
Yeah, we're a sucker for the previous day close.
We might. I'll consider a short here again if ES gets below 47. I'll look for a scalp.
I want to see it hit the 50, then pull back into the 20s, then continue higher.
Well, it's kind of where the ES is. It's at 66.50 right now.
Guys, did we get over the 300 likes today? Let's see.
We can now see an eye dump. Maybe. I don't know. I think that more or less, I think we're still, we're going higher, obviously. That's just an obvious thing. But I still think that there could be money to be made on the short with a pretty tight stop. So that's what I'll try if we get it.
So the Tom Sabo box paid again, guys. So he gave us the consolidation and he gave us the breakout.
Well, the trap below the box. I mean,
really. Yeah, you did get a trap below the box. That was a dirty trap, but also off a pivot.
Well, that's a good trap, though. That's what you like to see. A little liquidity grab below the box, trap in some shorts, and then push back above. So that's what you like to see. So let's see if ES loses the 47 here. We may stab short if it does. It's right there at it. These are very, counter trend, very dangerous type trades. So keep that in mind. So I'm going to go ahead and try short here.
Short to whole number?
304, 303.75.
Okay, so you're looking for 10 points.
Yeah.
Okay.
10 points. Stop's going to go at the high. Again, if ES holds 47, this is just going to fail. Stop to break even here is going to be 09 area. What is that? Right. Actually the 11 area would be stop to break even. Like right there. Because we're trading into an imbalance and we don't know what's going to happen there. I'm just going to get stopped. That's all right. It's all right. I'm not going to give that a lot of room. We're trading into an imbalance there. I got to kind of just be quick with moving the stop because I don't know whether it's going to make it through that imbalance or not. I have no idea. Ultimately, I could probably give it a little more room, but this is counter trend. You know, I feel way more comfortable about shorting up there at the previous day close. So,
yeah, I'm same here. That's kind of what I would wait for. I want to see us run the 50s.
But I would not be shocked. Hey, forms in the chat, guys. I would not be shocked if we get the move, if we get another move down here.
Ooh, nice.
Forms in the chat.
He just kind of just popped like.
The forms just show up at random. That's what happens. So you can see it holding the 47 there on the ES so far. Let's see here.
Good luck to all the future winners. Look, Wolf's like, done.
Hey, you filling out, you get it done. Let's go. Yeah, a little counter trend short there. I'm not going to give that much room. Really just can't. I mean, if the ES ultimately loses 47, we push lower, but I still feel like we got more legs higher. We still have a few more legs higher we can push. How's everybody in the chat doing today? Are we green? Are we red? What we got going on?
Yeah, if you're red today, I mean green today, nice patience, because it definitely took some patience today. I at some point, man, I feel like I was sitting there like 45 minutes, just kind of just staring at price action, just whipping back and forth. So very, very tough. Right now, guys, the next trade that we're looking for, which I'm going to be taking this not on the competition account, but the 50K eval, and that is looking for a play off of the 65 to 66 up there for 10 points.
All right, we are getting a second drive down into this level. This might be a better opportunity here. All right, I'm going to take it with 1 micro here. I'm not going to do the 2, but I'm going to go 10 points on this 1 micro. Stop to break even at 305. That's where the 9 EMA is.
Correct. So you're still trying to short this?
Yeah, I just like that we're getting a second drive into that level. I think that we can probably get through the imbalance this time.
I do like the possible pullback to the 90 there, the 290 area, kind of retest this, what, the 95 to 90 area, then for another push back up. And it's also another little 5-minute trend line there too. I mean, you also got the 5-minute trend line build up also.
Stops in. Get through the 9. Oh, I mean, I hate fighting the 9 here, but got to do what you got to do. Come on, you can hit it. 10 points. Come on, man. Give it to me. Give it to me.
What was your second entry? Because I know a while ago you were short from 14. You re-entered at what, 11?
312.75.
312?
Yeah, 312.75. I don't know. This is annoying.
Most people that know when you trade, once you hit that second entry, that stuff never works for you. You'll get within like a point or two of your take profit and it'll pop back up. I swear I have no luck with the second entries. That's worse than my first entry. And the first entry will end up working.
Well, I don't mind that trade. The only thing is the second entry. What I mean by that is like you get kind of a second drive into the level. I kind of expect it maybe to break, but that's why I went break even there at the 9 EMA, just because the 9 EMA is supposed to be some support, right? So you don't really want to fight it if you can avoid it. So kind of an indecision candle there on the last 5 minute. There's just no body, all wick, both sides. So let's see. Let's see. Guys, we're about to start a poll in the chat for the potential punishment. The options are going to be either no hat on the stream or we got to drink Tom Sabo's bathwater. for the loser. And Husk he's hoping that Tom Sabo's bathwater wins because he's drank it before and he loves the taste of it. So how he got a hold of the bathwater, don't ask me. I don't know. So I have no clue. A little bit of a bull flag look here. ES already breaking back out 68, 64, 80, 66, 49. So 368 up there again. That's kind of an area of interest. We'll see if we grind into it. I'll go bigger size up there in that area. I'm comfortable with doing that. 5 micros. Risk $100 for $100 and kind of see what happens. So what do you guys think? Are we bullish? Are we going up? Are we going down? Obviously we're bullish. I mean, if you look at the daily though, I mean, I guess, you know, we are still, we still got a ways to go on this push back up. Like I'm looking at the 4 hour here. 421 could be a good spot. Like you got a lot of consolidation up in this area, 320s. It really looks like you could, I mean, you could still get a little turn down here. I don't know. It's difficult to say.
I'm kind of looking for the 5-minute breakdown here. If we can break this 5-minute trend, I feel like we've gotten that the last couple days.
I don't like the steep, like how steep the 5-minute trend line is. I mean, it's pretty like, you know, it's like almost like straight up there, obviously. Almost straight up. Like if we got an SMT or something here, I feel more comfortable taking the short and leave my stop at the high. But so far, just not gotten it. ES back to 47 again. I mean, how many times is this thing going to hold?
I kind of like to see a pullback to the 90s and see if we can bounce off those 90s.
I keep trying the short and I keep getting stop break even. So, but we're not really breaking out either. I'd like to see one or the other make a high here so we can kind of get an idea for a short, or let's get that push into the 368 if we're going to do it. So a retest on the 5-minute. Yeah. I mean, that'd be down to like that'd be down to like 300. I'm tempted to take the short again. We are tempted. 17-point stop if I shorted here. But if we lose the 9, we probably test the 21 down at 294. I'm going to wait for one more kind of manipulation higher. I want to see one of these, either the ES or NASDAQ. Let's make a new high here. And then we can maybe look for a little short opportunity.
I want to say yesterday about this time, we got the breakout yesterday about this time, what, between the 12:10 to 12:15.
I don't know. Did it go up? I can't remember.
No, I think that was the breakout to the downside on the 5-minute trend line. It seems like, remember when we used to watch these 5-minute trend lines all the time? It always seemed like it always broke that middle of the lunchtime, daytime.
Yeah, a little lunchtime reversal.
Yeah.
So ES is approaching the high. NASDAQ is approaching the high as well. Let's see if one can run it and the other doesn't.
We got about 21 seconds for a new 5-minute candle. So we're still looking for a short up here. For myself is off the 65, 68.
Yeah, I'll take 5 micros up there at 68.25. But we'll look for another, still going to look for a little short opportunity here, potentially lower. So here we go. So NASDAQ's approaching the high here, the 326.50. Didn't quite run it. Triple top there. But ES is also not running the high.
You said you're taking a trade now to the highs, or is that what you're looking for? You're going to take 5 micros off the 68.
No, previous day closed 368. I'll take 5 micros up there.
Okay.
If we get there. I don't know that we do.
I know. Either that or it's going to happen like right there at 12:30 where it just blast. That seems like that's kind of what happened yesterday.
Let me get on the right account here. I might take this on the ES. I'm not sure. Because the ES technically would be the weaker one here because it's not running the high.
Now is the a little bit of a twitchiness there, man.
All right, I'm short ES here.
So the ES, was that a protected high on the ES?
I don't know.
Okay, I know.
I didn't look at it on the ES, so I'm going to look for a little push lower here. Something like that. Stop will go into break even at 42 if we can get it here.
To play it safe, if you do like playing these 5-minute breakouts, is I'm going to wait for a second candle here because I would almost need us to get through the 90s just because we're kind of pushing back into the top of that consolidation zone from earlier. Either that or that's going to be the nice bounce spot off of that 290s.
All right. Yeah, and NASDAQ's pushing below the 9 EMA. See if we can go down and test the 21. Looking for 42 here on the ES for the first 2 micros. Push it down.
Nice.
I'm going to move the stop in now. Yeah. I hate when I do that. That's one of my things where like I don't hold it when I should.
I think the 300s to 90s is a good target though, because I'm not sure if we get through the 90s.
My bear family bear trader. Exactly.
We are breaking that 5-minute trend line. It's just, we broke it earlier this morning, same type setup because I took this morning. But like I said, that's when we got that next like 100-point candle for the rip back up.
Yeah, see, that thing came 3 ticks from the 42 there and bounced. Over there on the ES, let's kind of look for that next support down at the 42. Just didn't quite get there. So you locked down your P&L for today. What did you end up at?
I want to say, let me pull it back up real quick.
Tell us your P&L. Where is your balance? We want to know.
We locked in $98 or $92 after fees. We're at 24,700. So we still about 3 wins or 2 wins to get back into the green.
So I'm at 24,826.
So we're about $160 apart.
$120.
Yeah, $120 apart.
So, but I'm still looking for some spots to,
I told myself this morning, when we were coming back into this, I was all right, no holding trades today because that holding trade yesterday got me. So that's what kind of got me in trouble yesterday was holding trades. So I told myself today it's just like a very strict 10 to 15 point stop loss. If I don't feel like it's going to go, just close the trade and don't dig yourself a hole. So that was definitely the game plan this morning.
Looking at the NQ here, did it? Okay, no, I'm trying to see, are these equal highs? 826.25.
It's pretty close.
No, they're not. They're off by a tick or 2 here. Off by a tick.
I'm kind of waiting to see what happens with this next 5-minute candle.
It's definitely testing this trend line. It hasn't really broken it. I mean, depends on how you draw it, I guess.
I'm just following the wicks.
Closing pretty heavy there. Max is barking. Let's see what he thinks. Short. Max, are you telling me short? Long? What are we talking?
Oh, Max, he's back to normal, isn't he? Almost.
Yeah.
He's feeling.
He said, let me go ahead and get a couple of barks in right here.
Push the button, Daddy. Push the button.
I don't know if he's saying short, though. I want to see a little bounce here. Get a little bounce here, and I might participate short with a stop at the high.
I don't know. I figure with all that medicine you've been giving him, he's probably giving you bad what because you've been force feeding the pills to him.
No, I only give him what they prescribe. That's it.
But at the end of the day, you're the one that has to trick him into taking it.
Yeah, he's not a fan of them. The ham has kind of changed his mind, though. All right, we're going to take the short. We're going to see if we break here.
Ah, man, the 89 is still my area for some kind of resistance. I need to wait and see if we get through the 90s first. I'm just not sure if we're going to bounce back off the top of the consolidation zone here at the 90s.
I could just scalp it at 90, but I'm going to go for like 83. I'll trail it down hard at 90. Hard at 90, maybe. We'll see if it can get through here. We are shorting into the 21 EMA, but I think it can go. Come on, market, just do it. Just dump it.
I know almost every entry today is like you're just sitting there like, oh, come on, go already.
Well, the ATR is just dragging. I mean, it's down to 14 at this point.
Now, when you're looking at that level, is that just basically on the 1 minute or
2 minutes?
Is that an indicator that you're using to tell you that, or how do you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just looking at the average size of the candle for the last, whatever, 12, 15 candles. Depends on what you got it set on.
Okay.
So
for anybody that's curious, if you want to know the average size of the candle, there's an indicator that'll let you know. That way, kind of give you an idea what kind of stop loss you need to have.
Come on, bear trader, drop it. Drop it, bear. I need you to make a call to the market makers for me, bear. To drop it.
Yeah, price action's been very tough today.
Yep.
It's almost like the overnight price action where you don't get the follow through and you can't go to break even. So that's the type of price action we're getting today. You almost need to have your stop loss where it needs to be.
Bear, that is not the candle I asked for. That's not the candle we asked for. That's a rude candle. All right, we might get stopped out here.
Is your stop loss at the top up here?
No, I got it at 320.
Oh, I figured you'd had the top of the leg here.
Nope. Guys, Husk acts like he can't see my screen.
Well, I don't turn my head to look at it. I'm watching my charts. Oh, well,
just move your head a little bit, man.
There we go. I got it set where I can see it now.
Come on, you can see my screen. All right, stopped out. Stopped out. You can see that we actually did hit 42 on that push down there on the ES, but we bounced right off of it. All right, NASDAQ made a new high there. Let's see if ES holds below or not. Do we squeeze up?
I know I was tempted to see if we can take a squeeze up to the 50 here. Let's see. Get a little pullback. Let's see if this next one pops. This next trade will be on the 50K.
ES still holding below 47 for now. No new high there. That's what happens, though, when I don't trust my trade. So the ES short would have worked, and then I jumped into the short over here on the NASDAQ, and it didn't work. So I should have just stuck with the ES short.
New candle here.
All right, I'm going to take the short on the ES, and I'm going to put the stop at the high on the ES there. So that's what we're going to do. Same idea. Still an SMT at the high. As long as the ES doesn't break the high here, feel okay about it. What I may do is I may scale 1 or 2 of these off here. So scale 2 off at 42. And see if we can get a little bit of a continuation lower there. Kind of stop entering trades and not trusting them. And that's kind of what I've been doing today. So
is the ES trade your competition account?
Yeah, of course.
Oh, I didn't know you were taking
Dude, that's the only account I'm trading on stream, man.
Okay. I didn't know you were trading the ES with it.
Yeah, I trade anything. We'll trade gold. We'll trade ES. I mean, wherever the setup is. Wherever the setup is. That's what we're going with. The only thing about ES is it definitely moves slower. So this is 3 micros, risking $60. $60 is the risk. Come on, ES, be my friend. I don't even, who is NASDAQ? I don't even know who NASDAQ is anymore. All right, I'm going to take one off there. I'm tempted to move this to break even, but I know if I do, what's going to happen. I already know what will happen if I do. There's no reason to. What I am going to do here, though, I am going to scale down. I'm going to take this to 1. And we'll see if this thing can't move lower. I think if we can lose the 42 here, we can get a decent sized candle lower. We can get a decent sized candle lower here if we can do it. Below this swing here, I want to see a little bit of an expansion candle. I want to see it kind of start to move, but otherwise, we're risking $20 here. $20, $20.
What's profit on that?
I don't know. It's $5 a point, so it'd be 6.5 points. So about 30. We're just in micros. So we still have an S&T at the high. Trump is speaking at 9 p.m. Eastern, as far as I know. As far as I know, 9 p.m. Eastern. Let's try to be patient here. See if this thing can work its way below the low here. Max is barking.
I'd still like to see it push up to the 50 first. I feel like we need to hit the 50, then come back down to the 300.
350?
Yeah.
Well, if we get that high, I'd rather just have the 68.
Well, you know, we like to hit them whole numbers first. So we're just kind of waiting to see what happens. We're almost back into a consolidation zone between, what, 300 to 330.
I want to drop the stop here, but I also don't want to drop the stop, if you get what I'm saying. I want to wait for it to get below the low. If it gets below the low there, I think we can just kind of accelerate. That would be kind of NASDAQ getting back below that 300 level as well. So approaching the low here. If you can push through there, let's see. Want to see an acceleration candle here through that low. Let's get right through 42 there. I'm going to trail it kind of hard down here, though. There we go. Now go. Just go. All right, stop me out, but we'll take it. Get us back to break even on the day. So Not going to complain too much about it. We've not traded that well today. We've been kind of a little chasey, taking multiple entries. So not really trading all that well, but that's all right.
Shoot, I feel fortunate enough just to have the one entry. It seemed like after that first initial trade, now we're just kind of just back to consolidation. So definitely a tough price action today for the lunch hour. So you know what's going to happen as soon as the lunch hour is over, it's going to be like, pow, it's going to explode to either the top side or to the bottom.
Right
Get
now,
that lunchtime reversal.
Yeah, right now it feels like it might push lower. We'll see. So we got about 3.5 minutes left in the segment, guys. If you haven't already hit the like button for subscribe, if you have not yet subscribed. Yeah, this has been tough, Miracle. I'm telling you, man, you can see, I mean, just like you can see the trading that we've done today. I mean, Husk went 1 for 1. He did a good job at managing his trade, picking a spot. But I've probably taken, I don't know, 8, 9 trades, and I don't know, break even or 1, 6 or 7 of them, 6, 7.
Yeah, very tough.
But still just break even on the day. Here, I'll show you guys my P&L here. My P&L on my account is negative $2.83. And the my balance is, where's the balance at? 24,814. You can see it right there.
And mine was 92.80.
So still down $186 on the account. Listen, it's going to be a long challenge. All right. It's probably going to take 3 or 4 weeks, maybe even longer to get funded. Really, you know, concising it down to an hour a day, trading it on the stream only.
And during the lunch hour
is a very difficult thing to do. So you're looking at $80 or $100 a day at most likely. So, you know, it's going to take a while.
Yeah, if you can get about $100 in this type price action when we're only moving within like 30 points, that's pretty good. Remember, guys, for the very best discount with MyFundedFutures, you want to use code YouTube. It helps supports our streaming channels throughout the day.
Indeed. So, also, if you guys didn't know, Husk agreed. He doesn't have to lose the challenge. He agreed to just dress like a woman tomorrow. He doesn't even have to lose the challenge. He said he just wants to dress like a woman.
Maybe I'll drive to Methodical Man's this weekend. We can do it together. Stream, dress that way.
No, I'm definitely not doing that, but April Fools, just kidding. Got you guys. Ha ha. Anybody gotten got by any April Fools? I know we're all adults here, but at the end of the day, you know,
some online crazy stuff,
some debauchery, trying to get you online there. So, but yeah, get your glasses ready, guys. We do got Matt coming up here in about a minute. Throw the rockets in the chat, you know, all the things.
Hit the like button, subscribe button. What is our next, 64,000? Yeah. Get to the 64,000, guys.
Less than 300 away from that.
Yeah.
We're just kind of hanging around right here. I wish we would have got the previous day close trade. I'll still take that, but not on the challenge account. I'll throw that in on an eval on a different one. So I'm going to go ahead and take that order off there, and I'll switch over to my other eval, and I'll take that level anyway, and we'll see what happens. So, all right, Easy Lizzie. All right, guys, we got Matt coming up next. We do appreciate you guys watching. We'll be back tomorrow at 11:30 a.m. Eastern. Appreciate all the guys on the back end, and we'll see you guys next time.
Thank you, guys. Everyone have a wonderful evening.
Electric veins in the night. Feel the pulse, feel the bite. Welcome, rocket scooter. Burning trails where you're.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to the show. How y'all doing? Rockets in chat. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. How's it going, guys?
Good to see you all here. I love it. Where's my chat? My chat is frozen. I'm trying to find it here. Oh, there we go. There it is. Oh, yes. Took a little bit to load up. How are you guys doing? How's it going? I made an April Fool's joke today on my Twitter. It fooled a couple people. I don't think many people were really fooled by it. I blew up my account yesterday post. Then I copied and I was like, just kidding. I blew it up to the moon. Currently past $700,000 profit since Christmas. I passed the 700K mark. I think on Monday I was bragging about passing the 600K mark, which is crazy. So as of right now, I'm up 700K in the 100K to $1 million challenge on the stream. Currently short 22 NASDAQ contracts. Just playing with this one a little bit. I'm up 37,000 in P&L. I just kind of try to get my cost basis higher. Let's see if we get it. My goal is to trade it back down to maybe 230. And I'm gonna get some runners on this one. Let me trim it just a little tiny bit. At the halfway point, I want to trim down to have a 10 spot. Okay, oops, that's 8. Okay, 10. So now I've locked in a little bit over half of that position there at the little midpoint there. Pretty good. I'm so cracked, man. You love it. Making bank. Making bank. Ooh. Hold on. iDoc, it's important stuff. It's at Restoration Hardware right now, buying a bench. Hold on. Important stuff. What are you guys up to? Working on this one. Chatsy went, Matt, Methodical. Man, took so long to switch over. It's having a panic attack because I couldn't see your charts. Oh no! Don't feel so bad. I'm here. I'm here. I got to switch over at exactly 12:30. So welcome to the show, guys. So wow, 704 people here. This is a record for this hour. So that's really, really cool. All right, MyFundedFutures, by the way, has one of the best lineups of traders I've seen of any prop show. It's so great that they invite us here every single afternoon to be here at lunchtime with you fine folks. I'm here. Don't worry. I'm here. I love hearing the Rock Scooter song. It's my favorite things to start the day too. Now, again, this is margin buffer limit 311 pivot. I short from this. I talked about it earlier. It is going to fight from here, but if it does lose from here, it loses moderately big, not like big, but moderately big. If we do lose from here, the trade is maybe to there at best. I don't think we sell off today at all. And of course, any news related to the Iran conflict is a coin flip one way or the other. So I was quick to close out half the position on that first drop and then hold the rest just for a runner to let it go lower. So essentially my bet is that we close with some resistance below yellow, but we don't necessarily sell off from there. And I think S&P best case scenario, we hit these supports and again, we stay inside of here. So it's just essentially like that we tap that hourly low. It's the best I think that we'll get. Yeah. All right. What are you guys up to today? Longing, shorting. General sentiment. What do you think today's market's going to be like? Obviously, yesterday we woke up to all bull signals, right? We had our greater market signals. All three of them were bullish. GD ratio greater than half. Monthly maps bullish. S&P above monthly hedge pressure. We flipped completely bullish on that news yesterday that a ceasefire was possible. It's just triggered Wall Street into going up. I don't think we're bearish. I don't think we're selling off anymore. And I told you yesterday at the end of the show that it was the reversal. I said, this is the reversal. The market's likely to reverse up for the week at best. Push up. Let me show you some levels I'm looking for. Hold on one second. At best, I feel that we end up, and I'm glad I closed about half of that down, is that we move closer to, at least on NASDAQ, we're not breaking this high, I don't think at all, that we probably stay in here, and then we finish out the week with non-farm, so maybe non-farm becomes a dip or a rip, but I don't think at all that we break this at all. This is off limits. I still think we're extremely bearish, at least going into the quarter. So it's still going to make a downward trajectory. In best case scenario, it goes to like 206 and again rejects like it used to. We're going to claw up to hit these resistances one at a time. If we do, there's this one, and then this one, and then maybe back down. But it depends on how aggressive you are with this. I think if we get like a ceasefire news, there's very possible we get a day like this. I think by the end of the month, we cycle back around somewhere and find lower lows again. But again, today, I'm not shorting for down. I don't think we get a move like this. I don't think it's even possible. I think best case scenario, we get a move kind of like that as it still fights to press through that. Anyways. So wish me luck. This trade is all about margin buffer limit is a principle that I exploit that has everything to do with market imbalances. So an example on what this actually is demonstrating is say that you have a day where the market just moves up very quickly. And in that day, there's a trader who has, you know, all the traders are longing and say the traders have longed like 1 million contracts, okay? 1 million S&P contracts. And that doesn't really happen, but I'm saying 1 million contracts were longed. And therefore, a market maker is on the other side of that trade. They had to short the other side of that. And the whole time the market's rallying, the dealers are having to short while everybody's buying. So at some point from the initial point of impact, there's a time at which you can calculate that the market has lost or has moved to a degree that if you had a contract at this exact point and it's lost 99% of its value from that point of finding an imbalance. We teach you how to find that imbalance in our Discord, by the way. You can mark an exact pivot where when you hit it, there will be 100% chance that you will find resistance to movement. And it is kind of a coin flip which way it goes. But if it does reject, it usually rejects pretty hard and it creates a very strong, quick opportunity to trade from. But if it breaks, then it continues to trend upward. So what you usually see is this like buffering of order flow, like buffers movement. So when you're getting through it, there just seems to be this magic selling pressure that kind of keeps it from just going straight through that level. It's a dealer squeeze point. It's called the margin buffer limit. We've exploited this level a lot. This actual 311 level on NASDAQ is one of the things I've been trading for a very long time. These yellow lines are beautiful pivots. I mean, you can just draw them right here. I have them all. You can copy the levels I have. Pivot, 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 pivot. And you can see, I mean, to the penny, these things are exact. When you draw them, they are exact. So usually if we have greater market bearish, I usually like to short against it for a bigger reversal. Since we don't have greater market bearish, it's greater market still flipped bullish. I'm trying to short for at least a little bit of a scalp. That's the best I think I can do. But anyways, Congrats, everybody, for the winners. Okay, congrats. I'm a little nervous about this trade. I'm looking at 311 like a hawk. I had 22 contracts above here and trimmed it down to 10 right here at the middle just to keep something in case it does fall. And it looks like it's starting to consolidate with some bullish momentum here. So the way that I look at it, it might be a losing trade from here. So I can easily cut this out and walk away. My goal was about 350 is where I would pull out of this. So I'm going to allow myself about 40 points of overshoot here. And that's it. And now we wait. I'm in a trade, and this is like not a big position, just 10 contracts. I'm trying to actually like run my overall performance report. I've been trying to show you this. You guys know how Ninja Traders sometimes on Tradeovate, when you try to run these reports, they glitch out and they don't show the report. It just has a blank screen. Sometimes it does that. So running, oh, there we go. Finally, it worked. Okay. Wink. Have officially passed the 700K mark. P&L. This is P&L on this account, 1570120. And the P&L curve is here. So I like to show you guys this to show the progress of the challenge. It's been a little choppy. This market's been kind of crazy, but I've survived. I tend to go, you know, pretty well when I'm day trading in general. In normal markets, I do fairly well. This time was a little choppy for myself. It could have been better. But if you guys are following the journey on my own YouTube channel, I do these live streams every single morning where I show off the trades that I'm doing. And over almost 10,000 trades, I'm up 700,000. This is since Christmas, so that's 3 months. Running this up, 63% win rate, 171 expectancy, and then other stats are there. I show you guys this every day, but it's been a fun journey. It's to start with $100,000 and take it to $1 million. The goal was to see how fast I can get there. I'm over leveraging on purpose, to show off to get there in a month. The story of this came from, you remember Pat Wieland had a tournament for the BDH. There was a trading tournament he hosted. I went to that trading tournament. I competed in that trading tournament. And I don't know, there's like maybe 10,000 people, and I got first place. You guys remember that? I won that tournament, number 1. And at the end of the tournament, there's always people like, whatever, he sucks. He's just a terrible trader. I mean, anytime you first place, there's still the person. I always like to say, you go to the basketball game and you're sitting there watching the game in the nosebleeds. There's some guy behind you. You should pass the ball. You should pass. You're not doing it right. Pass the ball. There's always the guy in the nosebleeds shouting at the person. You're dunking the wrong way. You know what I'm talking about? There's always that guy, the guy way up there telling the pro they're doing it wrong. All right, it's always that guy. And so, pass the ball, you idiot. You know this, right? All right. Anyways, there's always these kind of people on socials, and there's a guy, some random YouTube guy, he's some pump and dumper. He pumped and dumped the AMC. Was like, "I'll challenge you to a trading contest," and I'm like, "Oh, baby, you're speaking my language. Trading contest is my favorite thing to do. And I was like, let's play for pink slips. I'll fund an account, you fund an account, and whoever does the best, the winner gets the loser's entire balance in their account. So we call it playing for pinks, right? You race for pink slips. The loser gets the winner gets the loser's car. So anyways, with a bunch of back and forth, this is a glorious dodge by this person. They kept moving the goalposts, and I kept obliging. They're like 50K. I'm like, sure, 50K. And they're like, how about 100 instead of 50? I'm like, okay, here's 100. I joked. I was like, how about $1 million? And then they were like, well, I won't trade without a contract, and let's get the lawyers involved. All right, I'll get the lawyers involved. We drafted up a contract. They ghosted us. They dodged every corner of the way. So anyways, I had a funded $100,000 account that I made so I can go whoop some guru's ass in a trading competition. Just sitting here, and my stream was like waiting for it to happen. And so then I was like, well, I might as well use this account for something then. And someone dared me. They were like, well, why don't you take it to $1 million, Matt? And somebody else, yeah, take it to $1 million. Yeah, do it in a month, Matt. You could do it. And I was like, you guys want to see me do it in a month? And y'all like, yeah. And then, so that's the history of the challenge. I didn't just wake up one day and be like, all right, let's do this. I succumbed to peer pressure. You guys egged me on. So that's kind of where we are with it. It is where it's at, and it's just a fun challenge. And I figured like throughout this that after I pass the $1 million, I'll just probably just keep trading the same account for the rest of the year, and then throw you guys a 1099 at the end of the year, and y'all can see how well that I did, how well I could. Yeah, like I'm like, could I get there in a month? I was like, maybe I could try to get there in a month. But then I chose freaking. Do I do a really good impression of you guys? I know. I mean, I could do stand-up comedy. I've been told. If all impressions were either Beavis, Butthead, or Pee Wee Herman, or Sylvester Stallone, I could do comedy impressions. But other than that, that's the only 4 that I have. I would say that picking December for this challenge was probably the most. I mean, I didn't know it was going to be like it, but you know, this turned out to be kind of a weird market, right? And we've all been part of it. We all know what the market looked like. Since here, I mean, the minute I chose it, I mean, it was flat and selling off, you know? So I've just been kind of chilling on this. And now I'm like, okay, no trend up, no trend down. Just the moment I started this challenge was back in here somewhere. And the market has just been doing this. And even before it finally started selling off, before that, most of it just looked like this, where it wasn't really going anywhere. Flat, choppy, flat, choppy, flat, choppy, flat, choppy, then down a little bit, then choppy, 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 choppy. The fact that I made any money at all. So you said you can only do a Pee Wee Herman impression when you're at an adult movie theater. That joke runs so deep, and ew. No, I'm just kidding. But no, but really. So how come I never take 30 P&L trades on stream? Always do them off stream. 15 of this was today. I showed up on the stream with like, what, 17K or something like that. If you're asking why I also kick ass in the Asian session, you answered your own question. I kick ass in all sessions. I not only win on my stream, I win during those streams too. I don't know. I can't explain why I win during Asia also. It just tends to be, I'm good. I answer your question. How come you make money off stream? I think it's because I push the buttons while I'm not streaming also. Logical answer to your question there, sir. I'm the overnight king. That's right. I am. I'm the night. No, but I think the Asia session has been more straightforward. I think the answer to your question, if you want to know truly, the Asia session has been very straightforward. Number one, our president's fucking asleep at that time. He ain't out there kicking up, Wall Street with a bunch of Truth Social posts in the Asia sesh. He's usually relatively, he's had his warm glass of milk. He's watching, America's Got Talent or whatever he watches, and he's getting ready to go to bed. He's an old man, so the Asia sesh and later has been a little more straightforward, I would say. You know what I'm saying? Trump's busy getting tucked into bed at night, and it's not so much. There's not so much of crazy market. Hold on. Somebody is in here. Oh man, somebody got blocked on somebody doesn't like something on chat. I don't know if you were like, oh, somebody got banned by asking if my woman liked butt stuff, bro. Like, what kind of, like, let's just be real. What is your life like? I just ask you a general question. Like, I know what my life is like. It's pretty good, but like, what is your life like that you wake up every day to watch other successful people be successful and then just say the stupidest shit? Like I know people that lives are bad, but I can only imagine what your life is like. If that's what gives you your jollies, I mean, that's cool and all, but man, I've known some, I don't know. It's just some weird stuff. PB Herman and Stallone's voice. You got to hear this. Wait. I don't think I do right now. I'm not warmed up. See, I got to warm up, but I know you are, but what am I? See, it's like an 8 out of 10, right? It's kind of there. As a kid, I used to run around with Pee Wee impression as a kid. Seth Rogen. Hey, did you guys watch? Did y'all watch the studio with Seth Rogen? Have y'all seen that? Have y'all seen that show? Dude, that show's really, really good. I don't know if you guys like it. Seth Rogen's in it. Really good show. If y'all haven't seen the studio, go watch it. It's a parody, kind of like a farce, sort of. It's like what it's like being a movie production studio from behind the scenes. And Seth Rogen plays like a serious comedic role in it, though. But it's really, really well made. They filmed most of the scenes in a single shot. So what makes it really cool is that the whole scene is one giant, well-crafted shot. For the whole show. Anyways, it's really funny. Yeah, Catherine O'Hara was in it, and she passed away. But it was like there's one episode where Bryan Cranston, and they accidentally eat, like, they're having a Hollywood party where they're eating mushrooms and the chocolate, and they accidentally all ate too much, and everybody, including Bryan Cranston, is just like tripping balls. It's like the end of the series. It's so funny. I think it's on Apple TV. If you want a cool show to watch that's just very, very well made and really funny, that's definitely what I'd recommend. I marathoned the whole thing, and I can't wait for the next season. The mushroom chocolates. Yeah. And then it was James Franco, or was it James Franco's brother? Dave Franco. Yeah, Dave Franco was in it. He was like, there's 3 grams in there. 3 grams, bro. There's 3 ounces in there. And they're like, whoa. Anyways, watching Bryan Cranston, like, I don't want to spoil it for you guys, but that episode was really funny. Yeah, that was Lenny Kravitz's daughter. Yeah, in that show. But the Hollywood buffet. But I'll say it's been a while since I've watched a show that's extremely well written. Hold on one second. iDoc is doing. Hold on. My iDoc is at Restoration Hardware right now. Watch the video. Okay, hold on. We're picking out fabric for some bench she's designing. White or dark. They're both good. I like the white, but both are okay. So we're designing something at Restoration Hardware, some bench or something. Good deal. I'm in a short, yeah, but it's actually breaking my target, and I'm not really liking it too much. So essentially, it's confirming support above the level I want to be at. And this could be a really big up if I'm wrong. I'm going to stop at 350. So Now we wait. What are y'all talking about? McDonald's? What am I missing in chat? What somebody's talking about periods with blood droplets? What am I missing? Somebody said Maz is a terrible trader. That's absolutely true. Yeah. What the hell are y'all talking about? Looking like it's going long. It kind of does, yeah. Somebody says somebody hates me. People, I guess I think it's because maybe I would say probably because of my handsome face. I still have my hairline. I don't know. Don't know why people would maybe my bad Pee Wee Herman impression. That's okay. All right, now we wait. Quadruple at 311. I'm just watching right now. I'm reading Financial Juice right now as we speak, so I'm kind of trying to catch up with the news. And Trump calls the U.S. stupid for birthright citizenship after attending Supreme Court arguments. Like he's going nuts today, man. I'm telling you. It seems like with what's going on. So let me give you guys the skinny. I'm trying to give you guys like what was going on with the kind of the war talk. So you could tell before yesterday there was this sort of, Trump was, we're talking to Iran, we're going to fix it out. They were like, no, we're not talking to Trump, but secretly they were, right? The answer is they were. They're just, posturing for political reasons, saying that they weren't talking. And so yesterday when they said, we want the war to stop, we want peace, but we want it on some terms. It kind of reminds me of like somebody that just is admitting that they can't fight us. And that's what I think that yesterday made this market flip around so quickly was Iran's admission, like, please stop shooting us. We can't fight you back. We want to solve this, right? They like just a week before they were pushing so hard to like, we're going to take this to the end. We're going to nuke everybody. We're going to fight America. We're going to invade America. Like they were very, aggressive back. But yesterday the tone changed. Like we're ready to settle this out. And so now the debate is, what are the terms? And Trump is pressing even harder. We're not going to stop until, you open the strait and yada, yada. So I think, the way that it's standing out from a trading perspective, remember, we always talk about this from a trading perspective. We're not trying to be political or support one side, not support a side. Just on trading, we got to predict the stock market, right? So here's what we think. We're pressing them hard. They can't take it. We've threatened to knock out their power plants, put them in the dark. They don't want to deal with it. They want to look tough in front of their people, which is what any politician would do. But in reality, they can't afford to fight us, and they've got no allies to fight us, and they don't have the military capacity to fight us, and their civilians will be the ones that would mostly pay the price if we attack their infrastructure. And so I think they realize that's not what they want. And they're kind of telling the bully, hey, please stop hitting us. We give up. Uncle, stop, And so where we are, Trump has now found that weakness and is now full court press saying no. Like you gave it to Trump. He sees it now. He says, no, we're not stopping. You give us exactly what we want or else that's it. And that's where we are now. And the fact is that why the markets will volatile today was Trump is doing the same thing. Essentially, no, it's going to be on our terms. Like we know we got you where we want you. And we see that you're now starting to buckle. Now you're going to give us exactly what we want or else. That's the tone today. And so we're going to be listening for the president to come through and finally confirm that we've come to a resolution. We got exactly what we want. So essentially, remember 2 weeks ago when I were talking about it, we said Trump doesn't decide when it's over. Iran does. So right now, the ball's back in our court. We now decide that it's over. So Trump's tweets will become ever more powerful now because they want it to stop and he doesn't. The other side of the coin was like, we want some peace talks. They're like, no, it's the other way around. They want to stop, and we're like, no, it's going to be under our terms. So right now, the resolution is 100% based on American decision making. And if that's the case, then Trump's tweets become twice as powerful. The whole reason I'm telling you this is that now his comments are going to be twice as powerful because now he's in control. And so as a trader, it's even more dangerous to fight it. Just like yesterday's up move, we were like, okay, we're not going to short that. He tweets on I say tweets. He's on a Truth Social, his own platform, right? Do I think it's over? Do I think it's over? No, I don't think we decide that it's over there. We decide that it's over between us and them. I think that Israel and Iran probably are still going to be shooting missiles at each other for 50 years, even after we end this with our current involvement. We create a ceasefire, knowing both of those countries, it wouldn't last a month or two before somebody does something again. But I think our involvement in it is kind of like, we'll be the watchdog, and I think he'll say, you do what we say or else we'll come back, sort of thing. There we go. That's where I wanted to finally add to it one final push. And I'm going to stop at 350 if I'm wrong. Hold on. What if what moves the market is buyers and sellers? Why does the market react immediately to a Trump tweet? Because futures markets are trying to price in future stuff. So because of an event, everybody is buying and selling. That's what makes the market move up. It doesn't just magically move up on its own. You have people out there like algorithms that are actually reading the market in real time. Okay, that's where I wanted to be. That's right near my stop. So there are people that are reading the market in real time. I'm going to just double in right here at my stop, and I'll pull the plug on the other side at 350. There are people that are reacting in real time to these events, and that's kind of what we're dealing with. So whenever those events happen, you've got algorithms just like parsing that news in real time and immediately pricing the market. You know, market makers are pricing their orders on the bid ask. It's the anticipation that people might buy or sell that causes the market to move. Yes, sir. All right, that's right near my stop. That's 40 points above here. That's a nice, clean, even stop. If we break 50 with some change, I just close out with a small loss. But I really wanted my cost basis really good, and it's at 331 right now, which is fantastic. My bet would be that we end up here, best case scenario. So we'll see. We'll see if I get lucky on this one. Not the best, like I said earlier, not like the best bet to make. But we'll see. I just told the market makers your stop. I know now they know where I'm going to stop, right? So that's it, 350, give or take. I'm still up about 30K for the day, but I'm willing to take the risk. This is about an 80K trade if I make it. Let me know my math is right. 229. I don't think I'm going to get it though. Wait, I'm sorry. No, 60K. It's right on the edge there. And that would be it. And I wasn't even bearish this. It was just to reject there and go to there. But and it's probably not going to work. So small loss should be fine. All right, I was drawing that there. Actually, put that here. Dun, 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 dun. Okay. A little bit of that red candle. Give me one more red. Come on, just one more red. One. I'm watching tick chart. So when you see me staring over here, I've got another chart I'm watching. I'll watch the order flow on a 25 tick chart. That's what I'm looking at over here. And that's how I monitor order flow. I'm so old school about how I do order flow. I don't use any extra software. I just watch a tick chart. My brain can see it. That's where my stop is. That's it. It's there or nowhere. All right. Got my I rolled my basis up to 31, which is slightly better. We're dropping a little tiny bit. I'd like to trim this right back down to about 16 contracts again if I can. Next red candle, I'll trim it a little tiny bit. No breakouts. Come on, no breakouts. Long every pullback today. Yeah, well, that was kind of the trading style today was to buy dips. My trades today were that, and this is just a play that goes from here to here, and that's it. Kind of a technical play. You see that a lot over here, but the fact we broke the yellow line and kept going a lot of the times is a squeeze out. So I'd be careful here. My finger's literally on the button. Take profit when you see it. Yeah, I'm on the fence of just pulling the plug on this one too. But 350 is it. 350 is where I'm out. I'm watching some of the other stocks. Just playing around here. Oh, that's building some heat. One candle to pop 350 and then turn back around, I feel. Every time I close the position on this yellow line trade, I usually am right, but I'm just closing early. Might get a little spark there that turns around and then sells, like a pop before drop. That's my thought. So we shall see. What's my favorite meal? That's hard to say. I make this really killer chicken pasta dish that's really good with sun-dried tomatoes, and I kind of do that more often than not. Whatever IDOC wants, man. She decides, not me. All right, let's get this lower, lower, lower. Come on, get down to 30. One little dip. Oh. The thought here, again, the thought here is best case scenario is here. But the fact that we have supported green line, supported yellow, this is very bullish. So it's gonna be really hard to get a resistance off of this. The other thing was that VIX was at a bounce point, so that the UVXY earlier today was at MHP and we broke through it. And so when we lost that, volatility just collapsed. There really is nothing there. So probably should just pull the plug on this one. Giving it a few more minutes to decide. Like I said, every time I pull the plug early, I end up ultimately being right. We shall see. I did want a long ride at 50. My stop was on the other side of that. I'm actually gonna stop at 60. Give it a little bit more space. Just a teeny bit more. All right, there is nothing selling. I'm watching the board. Nothing is selling. That's okay. I did call it yesterday that this was not going to be the reversal day. So that's good that last night we were right on that call, which is good. Just technical inside of here. Like and again, I hate being in positions where anything can happen on the news side of things, because it's always a toss up. When you're in some big position, I mean, the market, I lost 220K on a 20 contract position. That's why I just want to get my cost basis up. And as soon as we dip to 331, I'm going to trim it down a little bit again. Let's get a little bit lower here. One more red. Come on, give me one more red there. Come on, drop it to the midpoint. Right here. They'll be forming some kind of support up here. And the world gets quiet. That's a good sign. NVIDIA is just rock solid flat, slightly below 177 and not moving. Everything's just solid today. Apple's solid, Meta solid. Meta's crazy. Microsoft is good. Yesterday, today, tomorrow, probably even up until Friday till non-farms. It's probably just gonna be that kind of just that 3 or 4 days of just drifting slightly higher. No, come on, just give me. So if I drop down here, let me just zoom in on this so I can see what I want to do. I don't want to be in a position of 24. I just did this to get my cost basis up. As long as we pass through there, I'll trim it back down to half of its current size. I don't want to be stuck in a very large position because of the way the news can pan out. Like news can come out of nowhere and I can lose everything I've made today. Like ceasefire news could be hundreds of points in NASDAQ. So I don't want to be in a position of this big. A little dangerous treading water here. I want to get my cost basis lower just a little bit. Every minute that I'm in this is risky. All right. 360 is my my stop where I'll get out of this one. And I'm manually stopping to get out. So we said bull flag. I don't use chart patterns. This is a margin buffer thing. So this, because we broke through this line here, it just squeezes out every last short that's there in the buffer. That's typical what you'd see. And then usually you have about a 40-point range at which it can just be volatile. See like the distance here, that's the volatility range. Very often than not, it does this, squeezes everybody, then works its way back lower. But this looks like this is the time it's breaking through. So I'm probably just going to close out small loss. But we'll see. And my goal down here would be to be long to finish out the day, by the way. That would be my goal. Where's my S&P numbers? Where did they go? There we go. Am I screwed, chat? What do y'all think? Am I dead? Am I dead in the water? Am I gonna get screwed on this? Am I all right? Ish? All right ish? Not screwed just yet. I certainly don't like the size of the position anymore. It's too... There's no volume here, by the way. The acceleration of volume is just pretty light. Like the market just found a new equilibrium because some of the stocks still bumped up. Pretty light. Gold's turning around a little bit. Oil's turning down a little bit. VIX is just, yeah, and VIX is, that's the thing. VIX is just on its, like a decline downward. So there's really no volatility present either. That is one of the kind of factors here. April triple B is, so that's our kind of our big pivot there, 2262 for June futures. I'm sorry, yeah, April futures, my bad. And we're at 24. So still in that elevated area, but it's not, there's no pivot nearby. VIX futures or UVXY or anything that has a pivot nearby to move any of that, to not prove that volatility has anything other to do but collapse. But we'll see. It doesn't feel like what I'd like for this to see. The fact that we took a squeeze and held up, and none of the stocks are selling off, I don't think it's going to turn around, but I might get lucky. I'm lucky, if anything, to get the move. I don't think we close below yellow now anymore. My thought was that we would hit 240, that we would hit this and then test that and then keep going, but we broke out first, so it's probably a loss. I'm okay. I'm still at 31,000 for the day. I could just close out now and take it. At 331, I'll trim this down to half, and then I'll take 12 contracts down if it goes. Meta and Google are starting to look like blow off tops. Let's look at them. Just crazy, right? Both of those today. We shall see. I'm perfectly fine with just calling it, but I'm gonna hold on. I'm gonna hold till 60. I committed. Big baller, hold it. All right. If I lose money, though, I'm going to pull up a GoFundMe. You guys can refund it, okay? The thing that makes, I wouldn't care too much if just every moment my anxiety wasn't going through the roof, because I'm just like, please don't say anything about the war. Please nobody say anything about the war. The Flowers Day, oh, it still haunts me to this day. Still haunts me to this day. No, I'm cool. I'm just kidding. But it's not the smartest thing to be in a large position when news is just around the corner, and the news can be substantially big and bullish, right? The news isn't going to come out and be that bearish, I don't think. But any moment, either A, we can hear a ding, ding, ding. Hey, we've come up with a ceasefire. Hooray. Or the next moment could be like, Iran blows up a tanker in the Strait of Hormuz or something, right? And then it's like, it's you're kind of like sitting on both possibilities here. There's some volume picking up. Where is that coming from? I think we have a blow off top, and you said Meta, and let's take a look at it, by the way. Meta. That's crazy. No pivots on a Meta right there. Microsoft. It was Google, I think, right? Yep. Google has a 300 top. at least for the top of the pocket. Amazon also, Tesla also. And VIX just in like permanent decay, man. Crazy. Well, I guess I can. I just want to trim this. Give me like one more bump lower so I can trim this down, please. Just a little bit lower. Make this trade worth my time. Come on. 330. 330 or bust. Let's go. Get to 330 so I can trim it to half. Come on. Get a little bit closer. I don't have to be so picky. Let me trim it down to 20 right now. Let me start just getting out of this. I'm at 335. That's close-ish. I want to get, there we go. Okay. All right. There we go. Okay, good. Perfect. Thank you. Now I got my 12. Cost base is at 42, baby. That's all I wanted to see. Okay. All right. Cost base is 42. Stop at 60. Let it ride to 90. All right. Perfect. Let's let it do its thing. Drop the position from 24 to 12. Baby. Okay. Good stuff. All right. Now I got the cost basis I want. Now my loss is manageable. If I lose at 60, good. I want to see if I lose at 60, I'm only down $6,000. I closed the day at 26K profit. If I stop out of this, I made 26K for the day. Good. So I'm pretty good. Matt opened her moves. Is that what we got? Hold on. Israel broadcaster, the U.S. and Israel is prepared to plan to escalate the war in case negotiations fail. Just more talk. So now I've got a reasonable cost basis. I took my original cost basis that was here. I've now moved it to here at the same, relatively same position, which is that trick I told you guys yesterday, how I did that same thing yesterday. So I had a big short here, trimmed it to half, let it ride, got to there, added to it, trimmed it again. Now my cost basis is right above the consolidation point here at 42, which is perfect. Now we're cooking with grease. I've lost 2 trades in a row and I haven't lost money. That's how I do it. Cost basis management, it's a trick, right? Obviously, I'm trading right on the edge of catastrophe though. Like loss can be pretty big, but I got in pretty heavy to get my cost basis higher, to get out pretty quick, ran that little retrace. You saw me do that. I've taken my cost basis, which was, what was it? 305 when I first got here was at 305. And between then and now, my P&L is exactly the same and my cost basis is now here. I call it rolling or digging. It's a trick on cost basis management. The whole thing is planned the whole way up, the whole way down. Every single penny is accounted for. So we'll see what happens. Now, if I get the trade, now it's a pretty good trade from here because from a 340 cost basis, it's 20 points to fail at 60. Or it's at least 40 plus points to win if I win. So it's at least a 2-to-1 trade from here. And that's it. Did I see that that Top Step acquired futures desk? I did hear about that. Yeah, I did hear about that. And I always think that these things are April Fools, but I did get confirmation since you did ask. We won't talk about other firms much here. But I did get confirmation that's actually real. That's not an April Fool's joke. Now, I'm not being an April Fool to you guys by telling you that either. That's actually something that happened. That's probably the first time we've seen a major prop firm acquire a major prop firm. But that is definitely a true thing that happened. Okay. 4 minutes left until Neon goes live on the Rock Scooter Show. Thanks for tuning in, of course. I'm up 700K in the $100 million challenge. Which has been such a fun event. Have you guys liked the challenge? Has it brought any, has it benefited you in any way by teaching you something? Did you learn from my mistakes? Did you learn from my successes? Was it at all worth our time to do this? Do you guys like seeing me do this kind of stuff? Following a journey, transparent, see the history of it, the P&L of it, nothing hidden, right? Everything shown. I mean, is this something that you guys like? it really takes a lot to do something like that. You don't see a lot of people wanting to be transparent. So it gave you anxiety, bro. I know how you felt. We all had anxiety watching the ups and downs. Some of those bad days that I had. Oh my God, right? The first 90K drawdown day. I think we all felt that. That's probably one of the few times you just saw my immediate. I wasn't even hurting. I wasn't even sad. I was just frustrated that day. We had a liquidity pocket break, MHP break, DD break, back to back with no balance. And that day you can just, yeah. And just intense frustration when nothing worked. So I'm glad you guys enjoyed it. That's cool. It really is something I enjoy doing. Trading transparently is something that I think is important from the educational standpoint. Somebody that's trading and you can see everything they do. One thing if you see it on the screen, but another thing is see the history, right? A lot of people out there pretending they're high performers when they're not. It's good to see a player's stats, right? You wanna bet on somebody in your fantasy football league. You kind of know the history of their stats, right? How do you know if you want them on your team if you don't know how well they do in other games? There's a lot of people don't show you the history of stuff. There's a good reason for that. But at least for me, I think it's important. I know I'm good, so I'll show you all the history, ups or downs, see the whole thing, deposits, withdrawals, all of it. So if this benefited you guys, I'll keep it going. Once I hit the million, maybe we'll see how far we can go for the year. Hell, if I hit 10 million or 11 million, I'll beat Larry Williams' record for the highest P&L gain in futures in a single year. That's a pretty far stretch since we're a quarter of the way through the year. I'm barely up a million, but somebody egged me on to go there. Maybe next year if the market's bullish, who knows? But anyways, we'll stick with it. All right, thanks for tuning in. I've got about a minute left. Don't forget to grab 50% off Pro for new customers. You've never done the Pro account. Fantastic. It's my favorite prop account. And I don't just say that because I'm on the stream. It is my favorite prop account. It's one of the highest ranked prop account on the Prop Score website, actually. You also have 20% off your Rapids, I think, going on right now, and a deal on Flex. You got a deal on everything. So make sure you grab those. Don't forget to check out Stephen K this afternoon for the Asia Sesh. And of course, that link that Abhishek is posting, everybody click that right now because my channel is live after this community. We all go hang out with Rock Scooter Stream and chill. So we'll be there this afternoon finishing out the day. I'll let you guys know if I hold on to the short and how well it does, and we'll see how we end up. And we'll see you later. Thanks for tuning in. Of course, come here same time tomorrow. Get the sub to the channel before you leave. We're so glad to have you. And thanks for tuning in, folks. We'll see you tomorrow. And don't forget, come to my channel right now.